Preparing the live stream.
Okay. Let me just get my other laptop. I'm gonna drag it over. Oh man. How many people are in the wait room right now?
We're live.
Oh, great. Okay. Just grabbing my second laptop, watch the live.
I'll make you co-host.
Thank you. All right. Just give it like 2 more minutes, let people in after a bit. Let's check on our live stream.
Yeah, I'll start letting people in.
All right.
Yeah, I'll start letting people in.
Let me just mute my computer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Wonderful.
Morning,
Good.
everybody. Welcome to day 2.
Yeah, so welcome to day 2, everyone. So before we begin, we do have a slight health issue for one of our moderators who will be joining us a bit late. So we're hoping to have him maybe after the break. So we'll begin by going over the program schedule. After the program schedule, I think I'm going to go very briefly to ask those who are part of the simulation to enter their names as per the guidelines. So that would be your delegation name followed by your name. Beginning with the program schedule. So this is the program schedule over here for day 2. We will begin. This is all in coordinated universal time again. So we'll begin with a brief 30 minutes where we'll be going over the Model UNPA rules of procedure. I'll go over those briefly, give a bit of an explanation of what we'll be doing throughout the day. Then we will jump into the first committee session for the Model United Nations Parliamentary Assembly. And that's where you'll be able to make your opening statements. And after that, at 5, we will take a brief 30-minute break before jumping into the second committee session, which should last until 7, another hour and a half. And then we will jump into the fun open trivia. In the second committee session, I expect you all to be drafting your resolutions to be able to present them by the end of it, hopefully. If we don't have time for that, we might make a bit of time at the beginning of the last third committee session. And at the end of the last third committee session, we hope that we will be able to vote on all resolutions and hopefully have one adopted so that we can pass it on to the UNPA plenary session in this simulation. We'll then be going to the closing ceremonies at 8:30 up until 9. And during the closing ceremonies, we will be announcing the Outstanding Delegate Award and addressing any final questions. If anyone wants a certificate of participation, they can always contact Erica. I will provide the email at this time. So moving in to the World Federalist Conference simulation over here for the United Nations Parliamentary Assembly. You will have down here on the WFM Canada webpage for the World Federalist Conference, the Delegate Handbook. So this is what I recommend you all take a quick look at if you have not already. I know a lot of you have looked at this quite thoroughly. If you have not, I'll go over it briefly. So we have the participants guide on how to prepare for the conference. I won't be going over this during this brief session, but let's go through the context. So we have the context over here behind this committee session. We are simulating a committee session of the United Nations Parliamentary Assembly, not a plenary session. The difference being that committees make recommendations to the plenary session, and the plenary session then votes on it to adopt it worldwide. So what we're simulating right now is a committee session or a committee that is specifically tasked with finding solutions to the climate crisis. There's no exact structure in terms of the composition of the seats for a committee session necessarily. However, they tend to be along these groupings. I have sent the groupings by email. If you have not received your position and want to participate in the conference, could you please raise your hand now very quickly? Keith? Anyone else? If you could raise your virtual hand so I can see you, because I only see 5 on the screen. I'll assume that's a no, but if ever you do not have a seat and want to participate, feel free to put it in the chat. Oh, Martin and Saray.
Excuse me a bit.
What's that?
Excuse me a bit. Hey everyone. Yes, I was just passing through the list of the countries there. and I found I'm in Eastern. I'm in Eastern Africa.
Mhm.
So, am I able to participate?
Yes, absolutely. So the delegations that you're representing are not necessarily delegations that you're from. They are just for the purpose of the simulation that you'd be representing the general views of the populations within those regions. So there are multiple delegations, and North America, for example, has two delegations. We have the conservative Republican bloc, and we also have the Green NDP Liberal Democrat bloc. So those span across both Canada and the United States as just one example of many. That's kind of how a United Nations Parliamentary Assembly would function, where we kind of have parties that or seats that cross borders or national borders.
Oh, well, I yesterday I joined late, and also I rushed out earlier because of the circumstance of the power, because here I'm using a battery
Okay.
solar panel. So I didn't know the end of the meeting and the solution after those uh after discussing more. Secondly, a place where I am, I'm
Oh,
I'm I'm
yeah.
living in the camp, so I'm a refugee here in Kenya. So sometime uh, I myself might decide to attend every every session, but for some time I can miss other sessions.
Okay. No, that's perfectly fine. So you can attend whatever you can. And if you're not there, we will be taking presence at the beginning of every committee session. So,
Oh, sure, good.
so for the first committee session, we'll have opening statements. So the speaking time for opening statements will be 1 minute. If you are done your opening statement and basically do not want to use a full minute, you can yield the rest of your time to the chair. So as an example, I would be ending my statement and I'd say, I yield the rest of my time to the chair. And then that would be the end of your speaking time. I would take the floor and go to the next speaker. I'll take the speakers by order of raised virtual hands, as some of you have right now. And we'll go that way. After the first opening statement, the subsequent speaking times will be 30 seconds for each interjection. We also will have moderated caucuses, which is opposed to an unmoderated caucus. An unmoderated caucus, I'll have you all go into breakout sessions. This is mainly for the purpose of building your draft resolutions. We'll have points of information. So if you have a point of information, please raise your virtual hand, and you can also put it in the chat. And we will just address that. That a point of information basically regards a question about something that someone said, or if you think that something was inaccurate about what someone said in terms of factual information. Draft resolutions. So what we are going to be working on mostly during the second committee session are draft resolutions. Draft resolutions are not necessarily adopted resolutions. Adopted resolutions would only occur at the end of the third committee session once we've voted on them. So I strongly encourage delegates to, when drafting your resolutions, to collaborate and to possibly merge them together, so that when we are presenting the resolutions and voting on them at the end, we do have time to review them thoroughly, and that we don't have a lot of disjointed resolutions all over the place, especially if your resolutions delve into the same themes as others. I strongly recommend that you merge them with those groups.
Did we have a hand up to participate Mitchell, I see in the chat. Did you get that, Alex? I don't
Oh,
see a hand up
Mitchell as well?
actually.
Sorry. Yeah, so right now I do have Keith, Martin, Saray, Mohammed, and Mitchell. I will assign you a country position or a regional position at the end of this brief introduction. Yes, Nehal?
Sorry to interrupt, but since my device, I have joined from one of my device, but the audio is unfortunately not working. Would it be fine if I join from two devices and use one device for audio as well as second for video instead?
Yeah, absolutely. As
absolutely.
long as one of them is on, you keep one of them on mute, that's fine.
All right.
Just make sure to put your speaking device as the one with your country or seat position.
All right. All right.
So voting procedure, so you'll each vote on resolutions by roll call. So I will call out the seat positions and you will say yes, no, or abstain. You can abstain in terms of voting procedure on draft resolutions. However, you cannot abstain on procedural matters. So if someone makes a motion, say for a moderated caucus on a specific topic, you cannot abstain from that. You must vote yes or no. You can also propose amendments as a motion. That will be very relevant during the second session. Please always maintain a professional and respectful behavior, refrain from offensive language and personal attacks, and adhere to the committee rules. So in terms of late arrivals, we will not allow people to enter the committee room, which is the virtual Zoom room, while someone else has the floor. And if you arrive more than 5 minutes late, please use Zoom reactions by raising your hand and letting us know that you are present so I can add you to the attendance list. For observers, please refrain from entering the committee room while a delegate is speaking and wait for the chair to have the floor to avoid any interruptions of delegates' interjections. So you can go over the committee sessions, the breakdown of them. We'll be going roughly or try to follow this schedule over here. You can look at what we'll be doing in each of these committee sessions. But if you feel like you're underprepared, do not worry. You can go with the flow and you'll see that it's quite simple in terms of procedure. I have a couple of points actually. So the first one is a warning that this is being live streamed to YouTube so that this is all recorded. I also want to note that when you are presenting as part of your delegation, you are reflecting the interests of your delegation and not your personal interests. This is why I strongly recommend that you do use your country position or delegation position at the very beginning, and you are playing a role right now. So I forget which person got the North Korea delegate, but do not worry. People will not think that you're completely against human rights or completely against any sort of climate policy. Another point, this is a UNPA committee on the climate crisis, so please keep your interjections and opening statements and draft resolutions on the topic of the climate. We are trying to find a solution. There are many examples of this. One that would come to mind is some sort of coordinated carbon tax that would be implemented worldwide. There are many possible solutions to the climate crisis, but I'll leave that up to you to decide as the simulation rolls. Yes, Nehal, Germany.
Sir, would individual documents presented by the country, like the working papers, be allowed in the committee? That would be similar to draft resolution, however, authored by only one country or a personal delegation.
Yeah, so I do believe that there is a minimum number of sponsors for the drafting. So please make sure that you have at least 2 sponsors and 5 signatories, or else you won't be able to present that resolution.
So that stands for the draft resolution. whereas some documents that are only authored by individual delegation that reflects the country policies and the solutions of a particular nation's device. So can that be presented in the committee as well?
Yeah, as long as you present it from your regional standpoint, then
Yes,
you
sir.
must also interact with other delegates, try to find another sponsor for that, work with them on drafting that resolution, and then find 5 other signatories who would be interested in seeing that presented.
All right.
Okay, the last point that I would like to make is that ChatGPT or any AI function is prohibited. We will be verifying any draft resolutions. We will be running it through the program. Last year, we did find one that was partly flagged in the system. We did not mention it, but it was just because that resolution was not presented at the end. So. Okay, so I'll leave the rest up to you. For now, I'm going to take the last 10 minutes to assign countries to the participants that do not have a delegation yet. So anyone who is part of the simulation and wants to actually participate as a delegation, please put your name or your block and then your name. You can use the rename function by right-clicking over your name and then clicking rename. I see there are people in the chat.
Excuse me, Chairman. May I ask? I'm from Cambodia, so which part should I represent delegate as?
Yeah, I'll be assigning that right now.
Okay.
So if you all don't mind, we will take a brief 10-minute break before we go to the first committee session, and I'll be assigning those 5 roles that are missing. If anyone else does not have a role, please raise your hand now. Central
Thank you.
Asia Bloc.
Oh, I just want to clarify, it's fine we can present ourselves as a block, right? We don't necessarily have to be a delegate of a particular country.
That's right, yes. Most of the delegations are actually not a single country. They represent multiple countries.
Oh.
So there are a few example or exceptions to this. I believe China, because it is a very populous country, and there's also India, that they can have actually multiple delegations. So yes, Joyce.
Okay.
Oh, you're on mute, Joyce. Okay, so yeah, I'll take a few minutes. But yeah, for Mitchell, I believe that no, we will still have yes or no or an abstention. We will not have the opportunity to know more about a specific point would be a point of information, but that would not be appropriate or we would not accept it basically for a voting procedure itself. So if you want to make a point of information, it would have to be made during the debate. Okay, so I'll see you all in 8 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna have one more request. So for all those that are yes, you are actually correct. Sorry, Nirmiti. Keith McNeil, I will switch your position right now. This is my mistake. So for all those that are observing and that do not have a position, please rename yourselves to have observer colon before your actual name so that I can actually properly see the delegates. Keith McNeil. You'll be Sub-Saharan Africa, ECOWAS. And I believe Mitchell is the last one that I have to assign. So Mitchell, I will assign you the North Africa delegate, Maghreb states. Okay, there is no changing positions. So please do your best to reflect the views of the general population in your areas. You do not necessarily have to represent the political parties of your areas, but the delegations. So to all those that are observers, please have your name start with observer.
Does everybody knows how to change their name?
To change your name, please right-click above your name. You'll see 3 dots, and then you can click rename from the drop-down.
May I change the position to the block in Asian or something? Because I'm from Cambodia, so about East Asia, I don't know much about the situation like in Asia. So can you find some way that is a fit to me? I represent from North Korea, like North Korea. Delegate of North Korea. Yeah.
I'll just make this one exception, absolutely.
Yeah.
And yes, Satadeep, please change your name to have North Africa, Maghreb states. I was not sure if you were there or not. So Mitchell, I'll reassign you the North Korea delegation. And for you, Sam, I will assign you the Oceania delegate, Commonwealth states, if that works for you.
Commanders.
I'm going to be going through and renaming people observer if I see that you haven't and you're not currently named one of the blocks.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be great. And I have removed the ability for participants to unmute themselves just for the purpose of decorum, because we will be beginning with the first committee session and we don't want any interruptions. Anya, I think I did send you an email with your delegation. So if you check your email, you should have your assignment. Okay, so we will begin with the first committee session here. Erica, would you mind putting the spotlight? And I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, so at this point, we'll be beginning the first committee session. So does anyone want to be added to the speakers list? Latin America. China delegation. Once I've said your name, please lower your hand. I will call on you after. Germany. Sub-Saharan Africa. And Central Asia bloc. At this point, please raise your hand if you want to be added to the speakers list. I will call on each of you. Balaji, I believe you need to have your country position before, or your delegation seat before your name. Same thing for you, Sam. I believe you are the Oceania delegate for the Commonwealth states. So I will, or Balaji, I see that there are two of you. So yes, India. Okay, I will add India and Oceania. And then Gulf states, it will be the last one I'll add. And once I've gone through a few of the members of the speaking list, I will ask if you want to be added again. So at this point, I will be calling on the delegate from Latin America. You now have the floor. Delegate from Latin America.
Would you like me to add a spotlight, Alex, or just replace you with spotlight?
It's you can just add the spotlight for now.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates of the UN Peace Committee, as we convene today to address the pressing issues of our time, we are confronted with an undeniable truth. The impacts of the climate crisis are not only evident, but are accelerating at an alarming rate. From unprecedented floods to record-breaking heat waves, the consequences of climate change reverberate across the globe, sparing no region, no community, and no individual. Latin America, blessed with unparalleled biodiversity, is also one of the most vulnerable to the ravages of climate change. We call upon all members to unite in supporting the establishment of new climate resilient zones where vulnerabilities to climate-related risks are highly significant. Additionally, we emphasize the importance of domestic efforts, especially within North America, to confront the challenges posed by climate change head-on. We are steadfast in our dedication to actively promote sustainable practices and to mitigate the impact of climate change, and we eagerly anticipate collaborating with fellow representatives within this community to translate our shared objective into tangible actions. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. So, yep, that was a great example of how you're supposed to be doing your interjections. So considering you have 1 minute for opening statements, whenever you have 5 seconds left, I will just give a 5 on the screen so that you have a warning. But after that time, or after the 1 minute expires, I will have to mute you. So make sure that you complete your statements within that time. Next up on the speakers list is a delegate from China. I will put you in the spotlight and you can now unmute.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the UNPA delegation of China is delighted and honored to take part in this crucial conference on the topic of global environment. As major producers of renewable energies, we wholeheartedly endorse the aspiration to develop a sustainable world relying on sustainable resources. I wish to commend all of you, distinguished delegates representing nations around the globe for your presence. As we often say in China, the beginning is the most difficult part. Solid first steps have been taken by the global community, both on a national and international front. We acknowledge the hard work of people involved and thank them for taking on this fight. But we must now expand these initiatives and build on the second momentum generated to achieve our shared objective. China is present for this fight. We are here to introduce a solid plan of action which will true commitment compatible to each of our interests. The goal goes beyond national borders, and as such, we look forward engaging and collaborating with fellow representatives in this committee to realize our common goal of a sustainable world. Thank you. I yield my remaining time.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on the speakers list, I will now entertain the delegate from Germany. Just give me a second to put you on the spotlight. Unfortunately, I cannot put you on the spotlight because you do not have video, but you now have 1 minute.
All right. Thank you for the recognition. There is enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. The Earth's climate is changing, and the evidence is undeniable. CO2 and methane emissions remain the primary drivers of global climate change. These emissions are primarily harmful as they are the leading cause of ozone depletion, global warming, air contamination, and ozone acidification. Changes in the climate pattern of Earth would directly affect the global economic scenario. Germany does not stand out as the positive bearer of climate change either. However, the government has taken exceptional efforts to combat the issue possessed by climate change. The government has introduced several climate programs, few of which include the Climate Adaptation Act, the German Adaptation Strategy, the Adaptation Action Plan 2011, and the Climate Impact and Risk Management 2021. Germany's exclusive climate program is bound to reduce GHG emissions by 55% till 2030, with prominent objectives of the incentives proposed include phasing out of coal and restructuring mobility. Germany strongly.
Sorry, Delegate, that was the end of your time for speaking. So at this point, is there anyone who would like to be added to the speakers list? So on the speakers list, we do have Sub-Saharan Africa, Central Asia Bloc, India, Oceania Delegate, and Gulf States. Please raise your hand if you wish to do so. Oceania Delegate, you still have your hand up. You are already on the speakers list. Germany, would you like to be re-added to the speakers list? It's difficult to see where your camera's. I'll take that as a no. Okay, so next we'll be moving down the speakers list. So Sub-Saharan Africa. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you before recognition. Recently, climate change has been a major problem globally. It completely leads to global warming, which is in turn returns us with drought, water shortages, decrease in food production, eventually prevents the country from developing. To achieve the chances of sustainable future, taking initiatives for climatic conditions has been significant. As to achieve some circumstances and look after the needs of people caused due to the climatic conditions are to build artificial ponds or using climate finance is essential for scaling up. Climate has access climate finance through international support adaptation and mitigation projects. ACDC for sure looks after the initiatives to control drastic changes, but due to less population, it leads to liability. The main focus looks after adaptation and mitigation strategies, such as raising agriculture productivity, renewable energy, investment, upgrading infrastructure in coastal cities, and risk sharing. Investing in
Thank you, Delegate. That was the end of the time. So for Anya Patel, I know you've asked in the chat what your position would be. So Anya, you will be the Western European Bloc EUK delegation. Please change your name accordingly. Next up on my list will be Central Asia Bloc. I will put you on the spotlight and allow you to unmute very briefly. You now have 1 minute.
Greetings, Chair and honorable delegates. As representative of the Central Asia Bloc, I stand before you with a profound sense of urgency. While fellow delegates have already emphasized on the imminent threat which is faced by climate change, the delegate of Central Asia would like to state that this is a threat which Central Asia has already witnessed and its devastating impact, from water scarcity to extreme weather events threatening our ecosystem, economies, and livelihoods. The delegate believes that through the mutual cooperation of other member states and blocs, we would be in a position to better address the following key areas, which would include international cooperation and funding, integration of COVID recovery plans with climate actions, and economic policies to better combat climate change. The delegate would like to emphasize that while Kyoto Protocol and Paris agreements have witnessed international efforts to combat climate change, they still have a long way to go in terms of their adequate enforcements and insufficient commitments from key stakeholders. The delegate would like to further emphasize the fact that climate
Sorry, delegate, that was all the time. Next up, I will represent the delegate from India. Okay, seeing that I'm not receiving a response, I will move down the list. Oceania delegate, Commonwealth States. You now have the floor. Or you must unmute.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, Oxenia delegate would like to express concern about the climate change that is affect all the humanity in the globe and especially the current crisis. So Oxen delegate would like to call for the global to consider to find peace before we taking action to protect the climate change. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Okay, we have one more on the speakers list at this point. To answer your question, Germany, yes, we will be entertaining points of information, but I will, in the interest of allowing delegates to have their opening statements, prefer to have delegates express themselves first. So are there any speakers or delegates who want to be added to the speakers list? Central Asia Bloc. Okay, seeing no other, I will pass it on. Oh, Germany as well. I will now pass it on to the Gulf states. Oh, I will also add Latin America and Oceania. Thank you, delegates. If you've been added to the speakers list, so you can lower your hands. I will now enter a 1 minute opening statement by the Gulf states, if I can find them.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, esteemed fellow delegates, as a delegate of the Gulf state, it's a sense of urgency and responsibility that we address today and the pressing issue of climate-induced migration within the Gulf states. We must recognize that the environmental adversities we face today are not a distant threat, but immediate call to action. The threat of desertification, acute water scarcity, and extreme heat jeopardizes the Gulf state, potentially displacing millions and reshaping the geopolitical landscape. The Gulf states are also championing smart cities, sustainable urban development, and green technology, recognizing the true wealth lies in innovation and the well-being of our people. We are fostering regional and international partnerships because of the path to sustainability and a journey we must embark together. We must act now to ensure our legacy is one of foresight, compassion, and enduring stability. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. I will now, sorry. I will now pass on to the next delegate, which will be Central Asia Bloc. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks for the recognition, Chair. In continuation of the previous opening statement by Central Asia, the delegate would like to emphasize the fact that its member state faced challenges which are distinct from other member states, which range from regional instability towards fostering a sense of conducive partnership with their other fellow member states. The delegate would like to state that while a lot has been done in the past, there's still a long way to go in terms of the implementation and the adequate enforcement of these treaties. The delegate would like to emphasize the fact that amidst these crises, there lies an opportunity for unity and collaboration. The delegate strongly proposes that we must recognize that these challenges are global in nature and they require a united response. The delegate would just like to conclude by saying that this is a threat which does not discriminate based on the country's capacity of weapons of mass destruction or economic potential, because this is the United Nations and we shall act like one. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So now we have Germany next on the speakers list, but at this time, considering Germany, Latin America, and Oceania, the only three delegates that are on the speakers list, I will entertain any motions. Oceania, you have your hand up. Is that a point of information?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Delegate of Oceania would like to express concern about the current conflict, in the global and especially human rights violation everywhere around the world. So, delegate on behalf of delegate of Oceania would like to call for the international community to find peace for a country.
Sorry,
that
Delegate, that's not a point of information or a motion. So if anyone has a motion, please raise your hand. And if you are finished with your points, please lower your hand after you've made them. Delegate from Germany.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The delegate of Germany would like to raise a motion to move into the moderated caucus with the topic being discussed, the annual review and achieve targets of Paris Agreement with focus on upcoming threats and actions that should be taken by conducive actions of the United Nations. Thank you.
Okay, could you repeat the motion so I can put it into wording?
Annual review. Sir, can I just type the agenda and put it in the chat box?
Yeah, that would be great, actually. If you want to put your
Thank-
motion into the chat, that would be easier for me. Are there any other motions at this time? I have also allowed speakers to unmute themselves, but please do not abuse that power. Yes, Central Asia Bloc.
The delegate of Central Asia has a similar motion, so the delegate of Central Asia would like to suspend the general speakers list and enter into moderated caucus on the topic addressing climate change, but not just limiting to the Kyoto Protocol. So the topic of the moderated caucus being collective actions to address and combat climate change, with the total time being 15 minutes and individual speakers' time being 1 minute.
What was the total time, sorry?
Considering the participation, we can limit the total time to either 10 minutes, with the individual speakers' time being 1 minute each. Thank you.
1 minute speaking time, 10 minutes total. I will entertain that motion. Next, Latin America.
Latin America would like to propose a motion to discuss the adherence of all countries to the Paris Agreement, as well as their full contribution to adhering to the resolutions put forth by the Paris Agreement. Latin America would like to have around 10 minutes total speaking time, with 1 minute per delegate.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but isn't that very similar to the motion proposed by the delegate of Germany?
I believe yeah. So can I just see the actual delegate of Germany? You put it in the chat, I suppose?
Yeah, sir. Just
Okay, so that was related to the Paris agreements, correct? Okay, I will merge those two motions then. Delegate of China, do you have a motion?
I have a point of information, if it's possible.
Yes.
I would like to ask a question about the Central Asia motion coinciding with Committee number 2 being a moderated caucus and climate change being the topic of the committee in general. So I'm not sure what would be addressed specifically in this motion rather than in the committee session number 2.
Central Asia, I'll allow you 30 seconds to
That's it.
respond.
Sorry.
Thank you for the point of inquiry to Delegate of China. The delegate of Central Asia has raised this motion just not to limit the scope of the discussion only to the Paris Agreement and its annual review, but in order to address a broader agenda at hand. However, the delegate is equally open to specific motions as well. Thank you.
I do believe both motions are in order, considering we're in the first committee session, and I am open to entertaining any broad motions for moderated caucuses. So we will vote on them in terms of the order that they were presented. So Germany's proposal coinciding with Latin America's proposal on a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time with regards to the annual review of the Paris agreements. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And all those opposed? Okay. I will consider that a 6-4. Please make sure that you raise your virtual hand instead of the clapping reaction, because the clapping reaction does disappear as well, and not able to see all of your physical hands raised. So for future motions, please note that you are not allowed to abstain on procedural matters. This is a procedural matter. So I would like to see everyone vote in the next time, but I will entertain this motion for a 10-minute moderated caucus. Beginning now, considering Germany was the first one to present. Germany, you have the floor.
the delegate would like to go last.
Sorry, yes, you do have the right to reserve to speak last. So Germany last. Does anyone want to be added to the speakers list at this time?
So
Sub-Saharan.
could we possibly have a unmod of 10 minutes to prepare for the same?
I'm not entertaining motions, and we just have voted on this moderated caucus. So we will be moving with the moderated caucus. If you want to make a motion, I will entertain motions at the end of this 10 minutes. Sub-Saharan Africa, ECOWAS, is that a wish to be added to the speakers list? No, it is not. Okay. United Kingdom? delegate from the UK, or do you wish to be added to the speakers list? I'll move on. Latin America, I will add you to the speakers list. Central Asia Bloc, I will add you to the speakers list. And delegate from China. And then Sub-Saharan Africa. ECOWAS. Okay, so now I will entertain the delegate from Germany. You have 1 minute.
Sorry to interrupt, but so the delegate already mentioned that the delegate would like to go last.
Delegate from Latin America.
Right. So countries in Latin America are among the most ambitious in terms of combating climate change and are increasingly making use of markets in order to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and to green their economies. However, there is concern that other countries may not be contributing their most to helping to achieve the resolutions put forth by the Paris Agreement. For example, in Canada, Canada has put measures in place to tackle carbon pricing, nationwide strategies for electric vehicles by 2018. However, they have not yet achieved those, and they have not yet put further actions in place to help combat the issues put forth by climate crisis. So Latin America's question is, how can Canada and other European countries put more contribution to the Paris Agreement in order to create more sustainable change? I yield my time to Canada, to North America.
Oh, you have no time to yield, sorry. So I will pass on to the next delegate on the list. Central Asia Bloc, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks for the recognition, Chair. The delegate would just like to start up by saying that the delegate of Latin America has raised concerns with other countries not committing. The delegate would just like to state that the other countries face challenges which are distinct from those which are faced by Latin America, which can be in terms of funding, adequate policy measures in place. While the committee has already addressed the Paris Agreement, the delegate would like to state that the importance of just transition, and the government should develop and implement policies to support workers and communities affected and shift away from the fossil fuels. The delegate would also like to emphasize that this might include investing in job training programs, economic diversification initiatives, social safety, and other nets to ensure a fair and equitable transition for all in order to better carry forward with the Paris Agreement, which has already been placed, and adhere to a better implementation measure to address the issue at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. At this point, before Sub-Saharan Africa, there was one delegate for Bloc that I noted. If you are not there, then I will pass on to Sub-Saharan Africa. You are now recognized for, or no, it was the China delegation, I believe. China, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I wish to emphasize the pledges made by China during the conferences in relation to the Paris agreements on reducing carbon emissions. But I also wish to emphasize the pressure of the West of pushing initiatives that do not coincide with the non-Western world. And this is our duty in China to implement solutions that coincide with everyone's interest in the Western world, but also in the non-Western world. Thank you. I yield my remaining time.
Thank you, delegate. Next on the list, we do have Sub-Saharan Africa. ECOWAS, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Yeah, it's kind of appropriate that I'm representing ECOWAS or West Africa because I spent 2 years in Sierra Leone many years ago, and while I was there, I learned about an idea that I think is really relevant to climate change. That's carbon fee and dividend, charging a fee on fossil fuels like a carbon tax, and then distributing the revenue as equal dividends to everyone, like a universal basic income. And a global carbon fee and dividend would raise about $1 trillion a year, starting at $30 a ton, CO2, and that would be enough to give everybody in the world about $200 per year, which would double the annual incomes of a lot of people. So I'm not sure this is the place, and I run out of time.
Thank you, Delegate. So yeah, next, I will entertain anyone who wants to be added to the speakers list. Are there any at this time? United Kingdom, is that a hand again for being added to the speakers list?
No.
No. Okay. Do you have a point of information?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. If you could lower your virtual hand, that would be great. Thank you. Instead of adding countries to the speakers list in the interest of time, I will just pass it on to Central Asia Bloc. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks for the recognition, Chair. The delegate would just like to first of all saying thank you to the delegate of Sub-Saharan Africa, ECOWAS, for raising some very critical points on how we can address this, which include tax pricing, carbon pricing, and other related measures. The delegate would also like to point out that the delegate of China has cleverly pointed out the polarizing nature of policies which are being adopted by the West in terms of, but the China itself does not have transparency when it comes to measures in terms of information transparency on this climate initiatives, and also in terms of not to mention the fact that China ranks in one of the top countries when it comes to emissions, especially from the manufacturing outputs, which is very interesting to notice, to say the least. The delegate would also like to say that other treaties have had significant milestones, but their impact has been limited. So the delegate would like to say that in the future, we must learn from the success and the shortcomings of the past agreements and strive for more ambitious targets, such as stronger accountability measures and greater inclusivity in this.
Thank you, Delegate. So delegate from Germany, yes, you have reserved the right to speak last in this moderated caucus. If you do want to speak now, you would forfeit your right to speak last.
All right, so the delegate would like to go last.
Okay. Latin American delegate, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Latin America would like to mention that 2/3 of the Latin America's nations have climate plans which refer to the use of carbon pricing mechanisms in order to achieve the key objective of the historic Paris Climate Change Agreement, which will get Latin America to achieve the goal of lowering the global average temperature, doing their part to lower the global average temperature to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Considering we have time for only one other speaker and Germany has reserved the right to speak last, I will entertain the China delegate and after that Germany, and then we will move to opening up to motions. You are now recognized.
Thank you. I wish to address the critics by saying that China recognizes its greenhouse gases emission, but also want to emphasize the fact that it has more solar panel installed in large-scale projects than the rest of the world combined, and that they want to act on this transparency and already provide a lot of solar panels and wind energy to the rest of the world, and would like to continue to do so in respect of their own economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Germany, you have reserved the right to speak last. I will now entertain you for 1 minute.
Thank you for the recognition. Climate crisis has long been the biggest crisis in the world and has been enduring many lives since the Industrial Revolution. Germany, as a responsible developed nation, has pledged an additional 7 million euro to the UNDP's flagship initiative, the Climate Promise, for the developing countries in defining credible long-term pathways. Whereas some developed nations like China and US have withdrew from the responsibilities of the Paris Agreement, displaying a very negative impact on the society as well as refraining from their responsibilities towards the globe. The German climate laws includes a breakdown of the 2030 target to sectors, and Germany strongly believes that it is high time to foster international cooperation for a sustainable future. Germany would like to extend all its policies to EU and the global world for its betterment and a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. At this point, I will go ahead and ask if anyone wants to make any motions to add. We do still have Central Asia Bloc's motion to speak about, for a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time to address collective actions to climate change broadly without specific reference to the Paris agreements. Are there any other motions at this time? Seeing none, we will pass to vote on the motion by Central Asia Bloc. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. Please note, delegates, that you must vote on procedural matters. You cannot abstain. I will count 7 in favor. All those opposed?
Sir, sorry to interrupt, but may I know the agenda proposed by Central Asian Bloc?
I'm sorry, delegate, you were cutting out. What was that? If you could put it in the chat, if it's a point of information.
Can you tell me how to raise my hand?
Yes, so if you go to the bottom, you will have the dashboard at the bottom. You'll go under more and then reactions. Reactions also might be part of your options at the bottom dashboard. If you go under reactions, you can then select raise hand.
I don't see that. It says chat. Show chat.
Should be to the right to chat. For
The
me, it's
right-
next to show captions, but it might be under your more settings, like Alex said, depending on if you have the
It's
chat
under
open.
reactions. So at this point, are there any delegates that are opposed to the motion by Central Asia delegate?
Mitchell, if you put your email, I can send you a screenshot if that's helpful in the chat.
It may be. What do you want me to do?
Write your email in the chat for me. I can send you a screenshot. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, at this point, are there any opposed? Seeing none.
May I make a point of information before the end of the vote?
Yes, please. Yep, China. What's your point of information?
I just wish to remind, I just wish to remind Germany that China. Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry, it was lagging. I think it's working. I would just like to remind Germany that China is one of its biggest trade partner, meaning that its criticism is not in accordance with its trade patterns. Thank you.
Unfortunately, please keep your points of information within moderated caucuses if they do not pertain to the procedural matter.
Sorry to interrupt. So, can the delegate respond to this point of information?
You do have a right of response, which I'll entertain just because that point of information was out. Yes, I will give you 15 seconds to respond.
Well, the trade relations does not snatch the right of Germany to criticize other nations just because of their actions towards the climate change and if it is harming. The committee is aware that 31% of emissions of CO2 are carried out by China. And if China is doing such a thing, then every nation is capable of criticizing
Thank you,
China,
delegate.
and
That's,
exactly.
Yeah, that's the 15 seconds mark. Okay, so at this point, the motion passes. So we will enter a 10-minute moderated caucus on the topic of collective solutions to climate change generally. Central Asia Bloc, do you wish to reserve the right to speak last, or do you wish to be added to the speakers list first?
Yes, please. The delegate would like to go first. Thank you.
To go first. Okay, are there any other delegates that wish to be added to the speakers list? Please raise your hand if you wish. Latin America. Germany. China. Seeing no others, I will now entertain or Oceania. Okay, Central Asia Bloc, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Central Asia would like to state that the delegate of Central Asia is not just limited scope to Paris Agreement due to the best vested interest of its member state. Moving on, the delegate would like to address what can be done in the future for a better and an efficient solution in the best interest of this committee as well, which a delegate would believe would involve mobilizing climate finance. The delegate believes that building on the commitments of Paris Agreement, developed countries should fulfill their obligation to mobilize climate finance adaptation and especially take the status and the economic considerations for the developing nations as well. This can include scaling up of financial support for climate adaptations, mitigation efforts, as well as promoting technological development for transfer and capacity building initiatives like facilitating sustainable development pathways in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals as set out by the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on the list, I have the delegate from Latin America. You are now recognized for 1 minute, I'm sorry.
While Latin America does believe in the use of mobilizing finance for the collective effort of mobilizing the climate crisis overall, Latin America also truly believes that by creating innovative technology, we can all come together to help combat the climate crisis. So for example, in Brazil, the Brazilian judiciary have developed an electronic tool called Siren Judge to help tackle illegal and illicit drivers of deforestation. And the tool overlays and cross-references data to show where environmental harm is taking place. This can be used in a variety of different circumstances, and Latin America highly believes this can be helpful in all regions around the world. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on the list, I have the delegate of Germany. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for the recognition. The committee is aware of the fact that Earth's temperature is now 1.1 degrees warmer than in 1800s, which is a result of erratic human activity since 1800s. Some of the solutions that we can devise to combat this effect can be the implementation of realistic goals of Paris Agreement, which can be done together by unified effort of all the countries. Germany also presses great effects on enhancing the circular economy, which increases the life of a particular product and thus reducing the waste material generated. It also expresses its concerns over the climate resilient zone, accessibility of food to all affected civilians, resilient urban planning, and biodiversity protection and afforestation. Germany believes that a combined effort to global sustainability can lead to a positive change. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Considering we have 2 others on the speaking list, so we have the China delegation and the delegate from Oceania. Are there any others who wish to be added to the speakers list at this time? Central Asia Bloc, Sub-Saharan Africa, SADC, Latin America. Okay, thank you. You may lower your hands. So now I will entertain the delegate from China. You have 1 minute speaking time starting now.
China, I would like to say that any action taken should be done so in accordance with each nation state's economic interest. China is committed to continue to provide renewable energies to nation states and encourages other nations to benefit from feed-in tariffs in order to sustain both their economic interests and help in tackling climate change. Thank you. I yield my remaining time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on the list, we have Oceania. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for recognizing. Delegate of Oceania would like to, very concerned about the global warming, because the climate change. So, delegate from Oceania would like to call for all member states to end the conflict and to do something, take the concrete action to improve the oxygen, reduce the CO2, especially to finance all the state to plant the tree to increase the oxygen. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate from Central Asia, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. While the delegate would like to request other member states to take cognizance of the fact that while majority of discussion has pivoted towards investing in economic developments for climate change, the delegate would like to state that not every country is in such a position, which can be due to the economic constraint as well as in alignment with the foreign policy. A typical example of it would be the Central Asian countries of Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, which rely on partnership with its Western counterparts. The delegate sincerely believes that one sustainable way to address this in an equitable way would be the integration of climate considerations into the economic policies, which are consistent with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. Also, countries should integrate climate considerations into decision-making processes, which involve mainstreaming climate action across sectors, aligning financial incentives with climate objectives, and promoting sustainable consumption and production patterns. Thank you.
The delegate. Delegate SADC, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for recognition. As global warming has a significant role in the climate change, SADC looks after the initiatives to make strategies and action plans. It looks after to implement climate change adaptation centers and Great Green Wall Initiative. SADC climate change strategies and plans. These plans outlines a regional approach to adapting to and mitigating climate change. Solutions for the sustainable future looks after the as sub-Saharan region, though only has 1.1% of carbon emission worldwide, but it also looks after the initiatives to reduce it by changing its preference from fossil fuels to renewable resources. Towards the equator, it can also implement solar panels throughout the region. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any delegates who wish to be added to the speakers list at this time? Oceania?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Hold on 1 second, please. Latin America is still first on the speakers list. Germany, I will add you as well. And I think that will be all the room we will have for this moderated caucus. So, delegate from Latin America, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Latin America highly believes that improving climate governance is paramount in effectively addressing the ongoing climate crisis. Firstly, by fostering international cooperation and globalization, as well as reinforcing agreements like the Paris Agreement and the Kyoto Protocol is crucial. This entails encouraging nations to set more ambitious emission reduction targets and ensuring mechanisms for accountability. As well, integrating climate considerations across various policy domains such as energy, transportation, agriculture, and urban planning is imperative, as they need to be coherent and supportive of low carbon development strategies throughout the economy in order to properly combat the crisis. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate from Oceania, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Towards the delegate from Oceania that is called for the global action is because this is the climate change is the global concern about everyone. But some country that is, for example, like China or other country that's not take action to cooperate with other country. That's why Oceania delegate would like to call for global actions that cooperate together. So this is not on the individual, or this is a global action that we have to take concern. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Considering we have opened up 1 more minute, are there any, I believe Central Asia Bloc, you are next in line to be added to the speakers list. Do you still wish to do so?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay, Central Asia Bloc. Okay, so Germany, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for the recognition. As stated, collective efforts signify that all nations must come together to work towards a sustainable future. Whereas some big economies and developed nations like USA and China still do not realize their potential and their responsibility towards the world. Some nations like China still continue to emit high CO2 emissions and still continue to withdraw from agreements like the Paris Agreement. All the countries have a solemn responsibility to realize the realistic goals of the Paris Agreement and have the practical application. Germany believes that many solutions, like setting up of legal orders and lawful restrictions on the production and emission, as well as sustainable city planning and spreading of general awareness throughout the globe, can be of a positive change. In conclusion, Germany would just like to state that all countries should take collective efforts towards this issue without putting up their personal interest first. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Final speaker on the speaking list will be Central Asia Bloc. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks for the recognition, Chair. The delegate would just like to emphasize the fact that majority of the discussion in the committee has resolved around addressing the climate change in a broader sense, but the delegates of Germany and China addressed to mention any specific ways to combat the actual climate change. Also, building on the points which are raised by the Sub-Saharan Africa and also developing on the regional conflict strategies, which Sub-Saharan Africa phrase, the delegate would like to state some specific measures to combat the change, which would include referring to the Paris Agreement's nationally determined contributions (NDCs) as a framework for countries to outline their renewable energy target and plans, especially with respect to the regional countries who have regional conflict and rely on external partnership for their development and climate change. Secondly, highlighting the alignment of renewable energy deployment with the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and Sustainable Goal Development 13 as a means to achieve sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate from China, do you have a point of information or yes? Okay.
Yes. Thank you. I would just like to answer to the fact that we have not proposed any specific solution, and
sorry,
the
Delegate,
specific.
that's not a point of information. That would be a point of information would be a question to another delegate. That would be a request for a right of response.
Okay.
So if you would like to make a request for a right of response, if you feel like your country has been singled out in a specific speech, you may do so, and I will entertain it for 20 seconds.
I wish to do so. Thank you. So China would just like to point out that the specific solution presented would be to introduce feed-in tariffs in relation to solar panel and renewable energies for all nations contributing to renewable energies export and imports.
Thank you, Delegate. At this point, we have exhausted the speaker list, and we are now going to go back to entertaining any motions. Are there any motions that any delegates wish to bring to the floor at this point? Latin America.
Latin America would like to propose a motion on the subject of strengthening international climate finance. Thank you.
Strengthening climate panels. Okay. Speaking time and moderated caucus time.
Latin America would like to propose a speaking time of 10 minutes, with each delegate being allowed 1 minute each.
Okay, so we have one motion on the floor proposed by Latin America for a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time on strengthening climate panels. Sub-Saharan Africa, what is your motion? ECOWAS?
Sorry, I'm just typing it into chat here.
Okay, I will entertain that as well. Central Asia Bloc, if you want to vocalize your motion.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Central Asian Bloc would like to raise a motion on integration of climate consideration into countries' development policies, with the total time being 10 minutes and individual speakers' time being 1 minute. Thank you.
If you don't mind typing that into chat as well. So that would be integration of climate considerations in development policy.
Yes, please.
If you don't mind typing that into chat, I believe you wish for 10 minutes moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time as well.
Yes, please. I'll type.
Okay. Oceania delegate, what is your motion?
Yeah, I would like to propose my motion about human rights and peace. Yeah, and is it possible?
What was your motion, sorry?
Human rights and peace.
Human rights and peace.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a committee to address environmental concerns, so.
No, okay, so it's not universal. Okay, I see. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Germany, I'll entertain one more motion.
Yeah, thank you for the same. The delegate of Germany would like to raise a motion to move into the moderated caucus with the total time being 10 minutes and the per speaker time being 1 minute with the agenda recognition and practical application of sustainable development goals and setting realistic targets for the same in context to global climate scenario. Thank you.
Okay. So I do have the motion from Sub-Saharan Africa. So a motion for the UNPA to hold a worldwide referendum on global carbon fee and dividend. ECOWAS, that is the subject for a draft resolution. If you wish to discuss the topic of the possibility of such a resolution, I will entertain that.
That sounds good. Sure.
Okay. 10 minutes. I'll assume that they're all 10 minutes moderated caucuses with 1 minute speaking time. So we will vote by order that they were presented. So the first one will be Latin America's proposal for a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time on the subject of strengthening climate panels. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. And all those, oh, okay, so I count 3. All those opposed? Sub-Saharan, okay, I believe that was a motion against that. So I will count 5 against 2 in this case because ECOWAS has changed their vote. At this time, I will consider the next motion by ECOWAS to discuss the possibility of recommending that the UNPA make a recommendation to the UN to hold a worldwide referendum on global carbon fee and dividend. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I count 3 in favor. Or United Kingdom, I count 4 in favor. All those opposed? I count 4 opposed. Please remember that this is a procedural matter. You all have to vote, so I will recount the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I count 5. All those opposed. And I count 5 opposed. Unfortunately, we do not have a majority consensus, so it is 50-50, so this does not pass. We will pass to the third motion by the Central Asia Bloc for the integration of climate considerations in development policy, 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time. All those in favor? I count 5. All those opposed? Delegates, I remind you that you must vote on procedural matters, yes or no. You cannot abstain. But this motion passes. So we will now enter a 10-minute moderated caucus on the integration of climate considerations in development policy. Central Asia Bloc was the one to propose the motion. So do you wish to reserve the right to speak last, or do you want to be added to the speakers list first?
The delegate would like to go last. Thank you.
Reserve last. Are there any others that want to be added to the speakers list at this time? If there are none, then we will move to Central Asia Bloc as the first.
A point of inquiry, Chair, is it possible to extend the speaking time if Central Asia is only one speaking on the motion?
Unfortunately, we've already voted on it. You would have to pass another motion for that. But you are now recognized for 1 minute, and we will go to, or Germany, do you want to be added to the speakers list, or is that a point of information? Germany?
Sir, is it possible if the delegate could go next to Central Asia bloc?
No, that is not possible. It is either you go first or there is only one right now. So I guess Central Asia Bloc, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Central Asia would like to say that it takes cognizance of the fact that other member states, especially like those of Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, which face challenges distinct from those of our Western counterparts, as a result of which the delegate believes that it is pivotal for the member states to integrate climate considerations as part of their development policies, especially economic development policies. The delegate would like to firmly state that the UNFCCC, as per the UNFCCC, the country should integrate climate considerations, which would involve mainstreaming climate action across sectors. The delegate would like to specifically point out Article 2 of the UNFCCC, which outlines the ultimate objective of stabilizing greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. Second would be the highlighting the relevance of Sustainable Goal 12, which is responsible consumption and production as a framework for sustainable practices when it comes to production and consumption patterns. The delegate also proposes other member states to collectively work on implementation of a United Nations Development Committee, which oversees mobilizing of climate financing, especially to developing countries in the Central Asia and other countries with limited economic resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. North Korea, do you have a point of information? You are on mute, Delegate. I will pass it on to Germany.
I finally learned to raise my hand, and now I know how to speak. I'm missing all your particular protocols of introduction, and I'm trying to keep focused as a representative from Korea, North Korea. And I honestly don't feel that I can properly represent North Korea, but I can represent humanity. And
Delegate, it has to be a point of information where you ask a question based on what the delegate is saying.
I'll give you the point. The point is the UNFCCC has been subverted by the UAE. And it's about
Sorry,
time
Delegate,
that
that is
the
not a
world
point of
recognize
information.
that.
It has to be a question directly pertaining to what Central Asia Bloc has said. I will entertain.
The question is everybody aware that the UNFCCC has been overtaken by the UAE? That's the question. Are you aware of that?
Delegate, I'll pass on to Germany. Sorry.
Sorry for the interruption. Since the Central Asian Bloc was the only delegate to speak on the moderated caucus, there is a slight request from the delegate of Germany to add Germany as a next speaker in the moderated caucus, if it is possible to do so.
I will entertain, since we are going back to motions right now, I will entertain a motion to extend the 10-minute moderated caucus proposed by Central Asia Bloc on the topic of integration of climate considerations in development policy for another 10 minutes. Do you wish to put that motion forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we will now vote on that. So all those in favor? I see that we have 10 in favor. There's no need to, well, are there any opposed? We have one opposed. So this motion passes. So we will now re-enter 10 minutes. Moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time on the integration of climate considerations in development policy. Germany, do you wish to speak first, as per your request earlier?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Germany, are there any others who want to be added to the speakers list? I see Latin America. I see Central Asia. I see China. Okay, so a delegate from Germany, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for the recognition. As the agenda states, integration of climate considerations into development policies would only take place when the member states would hold the deliberations firm as their actions, not only as their discussions. Germany strongly believes that some of the considerations that should be integrated into development policies include energy efficient construction and restoration, that tax breaks and energy efficient buildings should be offered to all people across the globe. Also, climate projects like the National Climate Institute initiative must be taken into consideration. All the member states of this committee must work towards phasing out of coal in energy generation and work towards an energy transition to the renewable energy. Also, restructuring mobility is a great deal of idea in switching to renewable energy and global sustainable climate. There can be alternative engine technologies as well as we can forge ahead with the electric mobility. Germany strongly believes that not only deliberations but also action should be taken on these issues
Thank you,
as
delegate.
these are
That's your
immediate.
time.
Thank you.
Next on the speakers list, we have the delegate from Latin America. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Now, Latin America emphasizes the integration of climate considerations into developmental policies as a critical need for sustainable growth and resilience. Now, the region faces an abundance of environmental challenges, from deforestation in the Amazon to the impacts of extreme weather events and sea level rise on coastal communities. As such, policymakers in Latin America recognize the urgent need to embed climate considerations into all facets of developmental planning. So one key aspect that Latin America countries prioritize is the preservation of their rich biodiversity and ecosystems, as protecting and sustainably managing such ecosystems is therefore seen as essential for mitigating climate change, as the Amazon rainforest, for example, is very crucial in tackling deforestation, and as it makes up more than 50% of all carbon dioxide emissions in the world. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate.
Thank you.
So yes, SADC, I have added you to the speakers list. And no problem, delegate from China. So next on the list, I have delegate from Central Asia. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The delegate is quite intrigued by Germany's statement on its reliance on its moving away from the coal, which is considering the fact that Germany, despite having pledged to phase out the coal, the transition has still been slow. Germany's international rhetoric does not clearly align with this development of domestic policies, which is evident by the fact that Germany has still provided subsidies for fossil fuel, not to mention the Nord 2 pipeline as well. However, that being said, the delegate of Central Asia would still like to call for United Front as part of this committee discussion and would like to propose more equitable policies, considering not every country is in a position to give tax breaks to corporations or have an Amazon rainforest, as pointed out by Latin America. So delegate would like to propose a holistic approach which would involve monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next on the list, I have the delegate from China. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I wish to address the implementation of climate change and development policies by mentioning the feed-in tariffs, which would be especially useful for developing countries, as China knows it, by making developing countries benefit from preferential tariffs on renewable energy import and exports, which would go in accordance with Central Asian request. I would also like to point out the Germany point raised by Central Asia by emphasizing that they decreased their renewable energies in the past year, and they have coincidentally increased their coal emissions. So that is rich of them to point the fingers to China and the US when themselves have been doing not so good in terms of renewable energy. Thank you. I yield my remaining time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on the list, I have SADC, but before we move on to SADC, are there any speakers who wish to be added to the speakers list? Germany, is that a point of information, or do you wish to be added?
Yes, sir. That is right to reply.
Yes, I will grant you a right of reply for 20 seconds.
Thank you for the recognition. As the delegate of China mentioned that Germany has increased its emissions, whereas Germany has significantly reduced its emissions from 1.05 billion tons in 1990 to 665.60 million tons in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I will now add Central Asia to the speakers list, as well as Latin America. SADC, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for your recognition. As the agenda states the integration of climate consideration into development policies, the main strategies should be looked after investing in low carbon development, as all the countries promote in the carbon emission from the factories factories and industries. Promoting renewable energy would be the main strategies for the sustainable future, and also supporting adaptation efforts to help the communities to build resilience to climate impacts through early warning systems would be a great measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Germany, do you wish to be added to the speakers list, or?
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, okay. That's an accidental hand. Okay. Latin America, you are added to the speakers list already. Do you have a point of information, or?
No, Latin America apologizes. The delegate will lower their hand.
Okay, thank you. Central Asia Bloc, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Central Asia would like to focus and pivot the attention of the committee towards financial mechanism and innovative financing as part of the development policies to better combat climate change. The delegate says this because establishing dedicated funding mechanisms for climate resilient development projects, which might include, let's say, climate financing facilities, green bonds, and risk-sharing instruments, helps mobilize resources for adaptation and mitigation efforts, which is also in other interests of the economies which don't have that much of propensity to spend, such as the Western counterparts. Secondly, the delegate would also like to emphasize the importance of PPP, the public-private partnerships, and innovating financing models to leverage private sector investments in climate-resilient infrastructure, and would also like to build upon the point which was raised by the delegate of China towards fostering a more conducive partnership for international development. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate from Latin America, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Now, the delegate of Latin America would like to recognize the importance of increased international solidarity and cooperation in addressing climate change, and further in helping in developmental policies. Latin American nations understand that many developing countries face significant challenges in transitioning to low carbon economies and adapting to the impacts of climate change due to limited resources and capacity constraints. Latin America would like to ask Central Asia a question in regards to their economic state and how they plan to help work to achieve their goals in mobilizing their finances in order to work with other countries to combat the climate crisis. I yield my time to Central Asia.
Central Asia, you have 15 seconds, although the speakers list is exhausted, so I will allow you to add yourself to the speakers list if that's what you wish.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. I will add Central Asia, and you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate would like to address the point raised by Latin America. The delegate would like to state that Central Asia is in a very intricate position due to its geographic constraints as being landlocked. and it relies heavily on balancing its policy developments with that on reliance from China, United States, and Russia. Further, delegate would also like to state that the Central Asia represents a holistic overview for all its member states, whereas some countries do maintain net neutrality, some countries rely exclusively on the partnerships from the other developed nations to support its climate infrastructure. I hope that answers your question, Latin America. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. At this point, we've exhausted the speakers list. Are there any who wish to be added to the list, or we will return to motions? Seeing none, we will return to motions on the floor. We still have one motion that has not been addressed. So we will vote on Germany's motion for a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time on the recognition of sustainable goals and targets. I believe you put it in full wording in the chat. However, would you be favorable upon amending that to maybe a 5-minute moderated caucus, considering the time left in the committee session?
Sure.
Okay, absolutely. So now we will go and vote on this motion for a 5-minute moderated caucus. All those in favor? I see 7 in favor, or 8, 9. All those opposed? I think some of you, or Germany, I don't think you wish to vote against your own motion, so I will
That
consider
was a
that
mistake.
correct.
Sorry.
Perfectly fine. Okay, so Germany, you have the right to reserve to speak last, or do you wish to start?
So the delegate wishes to go last.
Delegate of Germany will go last. Are there any countries that wish to be added, or delegates that wish to be added to the speakers list? I see Latin America, and I see Central Asia Bloc. Okay, Latin America, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Now, in practical terms, Latin American countries have made significant strides in integrating the sustainable development goals into their national development agendas and setting realistic targets to achieve them. This can be seen through their adherence to the Paris Agreement, where they have made significant efforts to lower their temperature average to below 2 degrees Celsius. Now, recognizing the intrinsic link between sustainable development and climate action, many countries in the region have also prioritized climate-related sustainable development goals, such as SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 15, life on land. This includes the work of implementing electric vehicles, national coal-out phases, carbon taxing as well. And thank you. Latin America yields their time for the chair.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Central Asia Bloc, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Oh, thank you for the recognition, Chair. The delegate of Central Asia would like to point out by saying that despite the Paris Convention, as Latin America said, the goal has not been reached of lowering the temperatures, considering the report cited by the United Nations itself state that we are moving in a more detrimental directions, and the measures are not in effect as per the implementation. So delegate would like to emphasize that a larger emphasis needs to be placed more on the monitoring, evaluation, and follow-up mechanism to ensure the effective implementations of the existing protocols and agreements which were already proposed. Additionally, the delegate would like to say that Central Asia has commitment towards SDG 13, which is demonstrated by the policies set out by Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilience. In Central Asia, we recognize that achieving these goals require a holistic and integrated approach, which brings together stakeholders from the government. And the delegate would like to request other member states to actively contribute towards developing equitable frameworks to address these issues in regional capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Latin America, do you have a point of information, or do you wish to be added to the speakers list?
Latin America does have a point of information.
Considering, okay, yeah, I'll let you ask that.
Thank you. Now, Latin America would like to reiterate that while the globe has not fully achieved lowering the global average temperature to below 2 degrees Celsius. Latin America has made the most effort into doing
Delegate, a point of information is to ask a question. So if you feel like you were personally targeted or your delegation was targeted by a previous speaker, that would be a right of response. But I will entertain if you wish to be added to the speakers list.
Apologies for that. May Latin America have a right response?
I won't entertain a right of response for that just because Latin America was not specifically mentioned in that.
Of course.
Thank you, Delegate. China, you wish to be added to the speakers list? Okay.
Yes,
And then
please.
I will go for China SADC, and that will be all the time for our speakers for this moderated caucus. So, Delegate from China, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
China would like to emphasize the importance of the SDGs for its administration by mentioning the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for the 2021-2025 period, which they are working on. And they would like to refer to the China Council for International Cooperation on Environment and Development of last year, where China has agreed to decrease their coal emission and to not open more power plants and rely more on renewable energies as long as the economic interests are preserved, which is a good development that needs to be pointed out. Thank you. I yield my remaining time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on the speakers list, we have SADC. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for recognition. Delegate of SDC would like to state that climate change is a threat to achieving all these sustainable development goals, and addressing climate change requires action across all of them. Setting realistic targets, the delegate of SDC would like to state that promoting international cooperations would be the best practices to hold each other accountably. Investing in renewable energy can create jobs, improve air quality, and reduce emissions. And sustainable agriculture practices can also increase food security. Climate resilient infrastructure can protect the communities from extreme weather events and ensure to access to essential services. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Germany, you have reserved the right to speak last, so you now have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you for the recognition. In Germany, the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs, as well as the Paris Agreement, serves as the guiding framework at its national levels to redirect policies. Progress in the following 6 transition areas is the key to implement SDGs by Germany: human well-being and capabilities, social justice, that includes SDG 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, and 10, climate action and energy transition, development of a circular economy, sustainable building and transport, sustainable agriculture and food system development, and a pollutant-free environment. Since 1990, Germany has reduced its emission of greenhouse gases by almost 35.7%. And for 2020, Germany's target is a 40% reduction. The government's Climate Action Report 2019 demonstrates that Germany is still 4% short. However, the report also indicates that we are significantly closer to achieve this climate target by 2020 than previously expected.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have now concluded this 5-minute moderated caucus. Considering we are approaching the end of the committee session, I would look favorably upon a motion to adjourn until the second committee session. Central Asia Bloc.
The delegate Central Asia had a point of information to Germany, if time permits. If not,
I will permit it, yes.
perfect. The delegate of Central Asia would just like to ask that Germany made a specific mention to SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy. The delegate would just like to question what is Germany's stance on its Nord 2 pipeline, and is this not in direct contradiction of its policies against of clean energy, which also includes subsidizing fossil fuels?
I will entertain that point of information. Germany, if you wish to respond, you do not have to, but I will give you 25 seconds for a response.
Thank you for that. Carbon dioxide emissions from coal in Germany have fallen considerably since 1960, in a year in which 700 metric tons of carbon dioxide was released. Also, Germany has introduced many renewable energy policies, which aims to thus signify and create an energy transition in the nation. Germany hopes to work towards a better future by transitioning energy to renewable energy, and all of its policies will be positively ratified. Thank you.
Delegate. Okay, so now that we've exhausted the speakers list and that points of information have been addressed, are there any motions on the floor? China delegate?
Can I make a point of information for Germany?
If you can keep it brief, yes, I'll entertain, and that will be the last point of information entertain.
Thank you. I would like to know the number after 2022.
Delegate from China, I believe you're
There was
breaking
a
up.
mention of 1996. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. You can ask it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. So my question was, can we have more recent numbers from Germany, not, more recent than 2022, as for right now, the numbers have been from 1996 to 2022, but not more recently. Thank you.
I'll entertain that for a 20-second response from Germany.
The delegate of Germany would provide the recent numbers and statistics in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Okay, so we will now move on to motions. Are there any motions on the floor? We do need a motion to adjourn until the next committee session. Does anyone? Okay. ECOWAS?
I move that we adjourn until the next committee session.
Thank you, delegate. Okay, so all those in favor of that motion? I see 10 in favor. All those opposed? Considering those two delegates have voted in favor, I will consider none opposed. So we are now adjourned until the next committee session, which will begin in 28 minutes. So I will see you all then. I will keep the Zoom open for you to be able to exchange ideas in the chat with other delegates during this break if you wish to do so. You can also, if you have found some like-minded states and wish to start collaborating on draft resolutions, I would look favorably upon that as well. So feel free to exchange directly through chat. And I will see you all at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, or that would be in UTC, 5:30 UTC. Thank you.
Central Asia, Latin America has a question for you regarding a possible collaboration in regards of creating a resolution, a draft resolution. Are you opposed to creating this resolution?
The delegate of Central Asia would be open to the prospect of a draft resolution, provided it takes into consideration the interest of the Central Asian member states and is in line with their overall foreign policy.
Of course, Latin America agrees to accepting that offer, as well as Latin America would also like to put into the resolution the taking in of the consideration of the foreign policies of Latin America, as well as looking into mobilizing global finances and looking at renewable energy sources for the mitigation of climate change. Thank you.
Germany would like to extend the offer to Central Asia and Latin America to collaborate on a holistic climate approach. Other delegates.
China is open also to collaboration with Central Asia and Latin America on the development policies as part of the Belt and Road initiatives are of concern to you as well, but also development policies, which China is very familiar with, to implement economic facets of foreign policy, which would be beneficial, I think, to Central Asia and Latin America. And of course, any other delegation is more than welcome to join, whether they are part of the West or not.
Germany is open to the same.
Latin America agrees to create this collaboration with China. Central Asia, does Central Asia have any opposition towards this offering?
No, the Central Asia does not. The Central Asia as the inclusion of China would be aligned with some of the member states of Central Asia's foreign policy, considering our partnerships. The delegate of Central Asia would also like to call upon other fellow delegates for a possible collaboration as well. If anyone's interested, please. Thank you.
The delegate of Germany would like to extend the collaboration.
Thank you, delegate.
When can the delegates start to draft the documentation?
Latin America has noticed in the chat that Germany would also like to extend collaboration. Can Germany confirm this?
Yeah, delegate of Germany confirms that.
Of course, Central Asia, China, do you have any opposition towards this?
Yes, the delegate of Central Asia would take this into consideration after discussion with one of the other member states, primarily due to owning a conflict of interest of Germany's statements on its internal policies.
China has a similar position on the matter as global development recently regarding the Belt and Road Initiative, and the Global Gateway has been in big contradiction and have deteriorates the relations in the previous statements in contradiction to what Asia wished to develop in their policies, I think.
Germany would like to extend that climate is a global issue and there is a holistic approach needed on the same thing.
As climate is a global issue, so are economic interests of each nations, and an equilibrium should be found so as developing nation can ensure the economy is stable, whereas Germany, as part of the European Union and one of the key member states, does not have to be preoccupied by this that much and may not take this into consideration in the policies and have not done so far in the statements.
Would all supporting parties like to begin working on draft resolutions during this break?
Latin America, can you please share your email address? You can do so in private message if you do not wish to share it to everyone, just so I can add you to a shared document to work on it, if it's okay with you, of course.
So the delegate of Central Asia proposes that since different countries have different foreign policies and vested interests, let us just try to work on a common draft resolution and then try to accommodate other member nations' interest in a reasonable capacity, as long as they're not in a foreign policy violations and other related metrics. So the delegate proposes that let's just give every member bloc or country a chance to review all the resolutions and then just see which one is in their best interest and be a signatory or on that. What are the other delegates' views on that? This way we don't constrict ourselves just to a particular resolution, but also allowing room for flexibility.
Latin America agrees with that motion in a sense, and Latin America agrees with Central Asia on the basis of creating our own draft resolutions in order to come together and figure out who supports which resolution.
I'm sorry, my connection was not working properly. Can anyone repeat what was just said? I didn't understand everything. Thank you.
Sure, delegate of China. So we were just urging the other member states just like to give everyone an opportunity to see which resolution is in alignment with their foreign policy and interests, and just giving them the flexibility to see which resolution they want to join. So they don't constrict themselves to a particular resolution just in case of any potential conflict of interests.
Thank you. I do agree with that statement. Thank you.
Hi, yes, I was present last year. My laptop went through some kind of climate change, like the battery kind of overheated. So I'm using a mobile device right now. So I'm editing the document on another device.
Okay. Yeah, I
Sorry.
remembered you. You were Oceania, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember.
No, I added my
Nice
points
to
in
see
on
you again.
the other side.
Yeah, I
Thanks.
see. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Well, at least we have consensus that climate change is real if your laptop overheated.
Welcome back. Good to see a returning face.
Unfortunately for me, just like last year, I'm in this part of the world where it's already late. So while it was morning for you, it was already late afternoon for me, just like last year. Unfortunate, but I'll go with it.
Oh, really? So what time is it where you are, Lula?
It is 6:30, 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. So it's not
Oh,
that late yet, but I think last year it was later because I remember being like midnight and still being on my computer, which was really weird for me.
yeah, we've purposely made it a little earlier this year.
Thank you
It's
very much
morning
for that.
here.
Oh,
It's morning here.
So you
did you start
started
very
early.
early?
Yeah, I woke up at like 6 because I'm in Pacific Standard Time. Like I'm on the East Coast, like I'm in Vancouver, so yeah. Sorry, West Coast, my bad.
I mean, that's the downside of having global events. I mean, it's a good thing that we can exchange
Yeah.
all together, but time zones definitely make it hard to find a suitable time for everyone.
Yeah.
Confirmation, is Latin America, Central Asia, and China working together, collaborating together to create a draft resolution?
Yeah, and I'm also on there from East Asia as well, but I'm not speaking as much because my main computer is off right now. But you can see the edits on the draft.
Of course. Thank you.
I think so far we are four of us working on the document, but if anyone else wish to be added or is not added and ask me to be, just let me know. I may have missed it.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What was it again?
Oh, sorry, I was saying, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just saying that so far we are 4 on the document, but if anyone wishes to be added or asked to be added but wasn't, just let me know and I can do that.
The delegate of Central Asia had mentioned of putting forth a resolution in regards to foreign policies, international foreign policies. Would Central Asia like to elaborate on this?
I know Latin America, the delegate just mentioned that the other delegate should be free to choose any resolution which like is in best vested interest of their member states of their bloc or nations, which can be in terms of foreign policy alignment or other policies hand in hand, which might be, let's say, owning to economic constraints or something. Not necessarily the foreign policy limiting factor, but maybe one of their considerations in terms of trade partnerships, etc. I hope that answers your question.
Of course. So by that, would you like all delegates to work on their own accords, on their own resolutions, and then come together to create allies, or are the delegates still collaborating on the same document for creating resolutions?
I believe it would be beneficial to have a consensus on a common document and then incorporating other member states' interest in terms of addition or deletion of a clause or any other considerations.
Of course, thank you.
I and delegate of China and East Asia are already working on one. I believe you can share your email address. We can add you on that resolution as well.
Of course, I am currently working on that resolution as well.
And for everyone else who didn't catch the name of the resolution we are working on, it would be on the promotion of sustainable trade framework for economic development policies. But the title can be changed, of course. It's not set in stone, and I think we're all open to improvements. But that would be in regard to development policies and trade, like feed-in tariffs and renewable energies, of course.
Sure, delegate.
Okay, welcome back, delegates. So we'll be opening up the second committee session now. So don't believe we had any motions on the floor. So I will now open up to motions. Just a reminder before I do. This committee session is mainly for the purpose of drafting resolutions. We can also debate resolutions. So we do not have to strictly follow the agenda that is set out in the UNPA delegate handbook. So we can either enter into a moderated caucus or we can separate into breakout rooms if delegates feel like they're prepared for that. However, that being said, I would look favorably upon a at least 10-minute moderated caucus to discuss coalitions that have been created or draft resolution ideas before we break out into rooms. That being said, are there any motions on the floor? Yes, delegate from Latin America. Oh, you are on mute, delegate.
Apologies for that. Now, Latin America would like to propose a motion on the integration of the organization of Red Plus into national climate strategies.
Sorry, could you repeat that into climate? What was that into climate change strategies?
I will, Latin America will repeat that. The delegate of Latin America would like to propose a motion on the integration of the organization of Red Plus into national climate strategies.
What was that abbreviation? Sorry.
Red Plus, REDD plus.
REDD plus. Oh, Red Plus. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, that is in order. So are you proposing for a 10-minute moderated caucus?
Yes, the delegate of Latin America is proposing a 10-minute moderated caucus with 1 minute allocated speaking time for each according delegate.
Perfect, that is in order. Are there any other motions on the floor? Delegate from Central Asia.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Central Asia would like to raise a motion to discuss incentives, or rather, strategies to combat climate change at a global level, with special emphasis on financial incentives.
Special emphasis on finance. Okay. That is in order. Are there any other motions? Yes, delegate from China.
The delegation of China would like to propose a motion regarding feed-in tariffs as a way to incentivize states to produce and export more renewable energies. And that would be a 10 minutes moderated caucus with 1 minute for each discussion.
Okay, thank you. Delegates, if you wouldn't mind to put your resolutions or motions in the chat. I will now entertain the first one from Latin America on the integration of organization RED+. For a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time. All those in favor? I see 3 in favor. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, delegates, I remind you that this is a procedural matter. I'm not sure if everyone is back. Okay, there we go. Germany is there twice, so that is 3 to 3, I believe. Can we see those in favor again? Okay, this motion does not pass. We will move to the second proposal by Central Asia on strategies to combat climate change with a special emphasis on finance. All those in favor, 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time. I see 5 in favor, or 6 in favor. All those opposed? I assume you're not voting against your own. Okay, 1 opposed. So this motion passes. Central Asia, would you like to reserve the right to speak last or speak first?
The delegate of Central Asia would like to go first. Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for interruption. Can the delegate drop the agenda in the chat, please?
Yeah, delegate from Central Asia, if you wouldn't mind putting the topic in the chat,
Sure.
that'd be appreciated. Are there any who wish to be added to the speakers list at this time? I see delegate of North Korea. North Korea, okay, yeah, you do. Latin America, and Germany. Any others? Seeing none, I will now give the floor to the delegate of Central Asia, and I will allow you to take your time, of course, to put the message in the chat after. Delegate of Central Asia, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Central Asia would like to state that financing is a key proponent when it comes to addressing climate change or any other policy development matter, considering the economic trade-offs involved, which is especially critical when countries have limited resources with scarce use of it. So delegate would like to propose the implementation of carbon pricing mechanisms, which involves exploring the implementations, or rather a cap on trade systems Essentially, this would have a ripple effect in terms of limiting the production, its potential impact on economic growth, the competitiveness, and the emission reduction from the member states. So delegate says this because the delegate believes it's a sustainable green model for green jobs and economic growth, which will involve examining the policies and promoting the creation of energy efficient as well as other related considerations such as sustainable agriculture and their role in mitigating climate change. The delegate believes that this can serve as a benchmark for climate finance and international cooperation, via the support of other member blocs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on my list, I have the Delegate of North Korea. You are now recognized for 1 minute. You are on mute, Delegate. I'll reset your time. We cannot hear you. You're on mute, Delegate. It is in the bottom left corner of your dashboard.
Okay, sorry about that. Financing climate change. Idea was proposed in the year 2001 to incorporate a cashback credit card where 1% of all money spent on the credit card goes to support the environment. This idea won an international award in 2001, and we've been pushing it on the world stage for many years. We have not yet found a bank to do this, yet when we started the proposal, there was no banks giving 1% cash back, and now every bank is giving a cash back. And not yet not one of them is doing it for our purpose. And if we are serious about the environment, it should be wherever we spend money. Whenever we spend money, some goes back to look after the environment. This is an indigenous construct. Is that, sorry, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Delegate. That is your time. When I do this, that means you have 5 seconds left, so.
I don't know how long 5 seconds is.
That's good. Thank you very much, Delegate. Next on my list, I have the Delegate from Latin America. You are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Now, Latin America plays a highly significant role in emphasizing solutions for climate change with a strong emphasis on finance. This includes both the promotion of renewable energy investment as well as the participation in international climate finance mechanisms. So, for example, Latin American countries actively participate in international climate finance mechanisms such as the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment Facility, and they access funding to implement climate projects that address priority areas such as forestry conservation. In addition, Latin American countries are looking to finance the low carbon transition will benefit from considering how revenues from carbon tax could offset losses in oil export and fiscal revenues. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. I have Germany as the next up speaker on the list, but does any other speaker want to be added to the list at this time? Central Asia bloc. And anyone else?
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. I had a point of information for the delegate of Latin America, please.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
The delegate of Latin America emphasized on the importance of the fiscal side of introducing carbon tax emissions, but the delegate would like to point out regarding the practices which have been happening in Ecuador regarding the oil extraction, which includes the controversial Yazuni ITT initiative, which was sought to protect the biodiversity-rich areas from the oil drilling in exchange for international cooperation, but was later abandoned by the government in favor of oil development. And also the delegate would like to point out another project, which was Conga and the Tia Maria mining projects, which faced opposition from local and indigenous communities, but the government still nevertheless went through and went ahead with the project. Is this not in direct contradiction with just what the delegate's stance is on the fiscal and introducing on carbon tax credits?
Okay, delegate from Latin America, considering that was a lengthy question, I will allow you 35 seconds speaking time.
Well, in order to discuss that question, a recent paper from the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean optimistically estimates that Mexico could make up roughly half of its losses, while Brazil and Colombia could experience a net revenue increase from carbon taxes. As well, carbon prices can be a part of the solution. However, it is unlikely that the entire region can offset the revenues associated with the production of fossil fuels by taxing their consumption. As well, a number of Latin American countries such as Chile, Colombia, and Peru have a long and mixed experience with fiscal
Thank you, Delegate. Sorry to cut you off.
Of course, thank you.
Okay. Oceania, I have added you to the speakers list. Delegate from China as well. Unless those were points of information, I will not entertain more points of information, considering we still have slots open on the speakers list. So Delegate from Germany, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for the recognition. Germany's focus on climate and environmental protection since 2021 has increased. In September 2022, Germany announced that it would double its funding for biodiversity conservation from US $1.6 billion annually by 2025. During COP28 in November 2022, Germany pledged to double its contribution to forest conservation from US $1.1 billion to US $2.1 billion. Under the G7 presidency, Germany also proposed to launch the Global Shield against the climate risk. Germany currently ranks second among the DAC donor countries in terms of its spending on the projects with some degree of climate focus. Germany believes that cumulative effort and more efforts towards climate financing would result in a positive and sustainable future. And Germany looks forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. As I mentioned, I will not be entertaining points of information, so I will move to Oceania. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of Oceania would like to call for the developed country to increase the expenditure of fund to have the least developed country that is affected by the climate change, so that they can have the ability to improve the policy to combat the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any delegates who wish to be added to the speakers list at this time? Central Asia bloc. China, you are already on there. So you are next up. I will grant you 1 minute speaking time. You have the floor.
Thank you. On the financial facet of what was just spoken about, I really think that taxation should not be the main solution found, as it would be detrimental to developing nations and beneficial to developed nations. But instead, preferential tariffs should be preferred, such as feed-in tariffs, as proposed in the draft resolution put forward by the delegation of China. That's it. Thank you. I yield my remaining time to the chair.
You Delegate. Latin America, I have added you to the speakers list. I will not add any further because we have Central Asia next, and after Latin America, we will conclude this moderated caucus. You are recognized, Central Asia.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The delegate of Central Asia would like to build upon the point which was raised by Delegate of Oceania in the context of developing countries as well, that of China. The delegate takes cognizance of these facts in terms of preferential treatment. Another pivotal point the delegate would like to introduce in this context is the uneven distributional impact. So the issue is that when countries tend to invest heavily in the infrastructure towards transitioning into renewable energy infrastructure, the transactions, the migration costs are very high. But this might not be a sustainable model for developing nations, particularly because of the fact that low-income households and vulnerable populations, like, they bear a disproportionate burden of cost, because it is still countries primarily in the northern side of Central Asia which rely on firewood from the Russia and Kazakhstan to meet their daily needs. It is not sustainable for them to clearly transition fully. So the delegate acknowledges that this is a slow but an imperative step, and the delegate would just say that international cooperation is required in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate from Latin America, you are now recognized for 1 minute.
Delegate of Latin America would like to include more points on the implementation of green fiscal rules, as well as enhancements towards advancing towards green fiscal rules. So to begin with, providing proportionally more fiscal space for governments that raise carbon taxes. So investments aimed at reducing carbon dioxide emissions, such as electrical buses, could also be treated more favorably relative to investments that cause higher emissions, such as in airports. So income and expenditure measures that have the desired effect on mitigation can have second round positive effects for fiscal sustainability as we reduce the risk of contingent liabilities associated with climate change. Now, the rationale is that revenue and expenditure that contribute to environmental sustainability can help to broaden the narrowly defined concept of fiscal sustainability. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Okay, we have now expired the time for the moderated caucus. I will now open up the floor to motions. Central Asia, do you have a point of information or?
Oh, yes, Chair.
Yeah, I will entertain one if you could keep it brief.
Yeah, the delegate of Central Asia would just like to question Latin America if the countries are borrowing to invest more in the renewable infrastructure, whereas if they're not in a position to meet their daily expenditures, won't that lead to the developing nations into a debt spiral, which would include them borrowing more from international organizations to, let's say, put investments in renewable initiatives which might not have the same return on investment?
I will allow the delegate to select whether they wish to respond to that. I would grant 30-second speaking time.
May the delegate of Central Asia reiterate their question? The delegate of Latin America did not hear the first part.
That is in order.
Apologies, delegate. I'll just reiterate the question. So the question is, if the developing nations borrow more to fund their capital expenditure with less return on investment, won't it lead to them going into a debt spiral where they have to borrow more to service their previous debt?
Latin America has the right to not answer the question.
Okay.
Perfect. So now we have one motion on the floor from the delegate from China. It is for a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time on feed-in tariffs as a way to incentivize trade of renewable energy. Are there any other motions that anyone would like to introduce at this time? Delegate from Germany.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegate of Germany would like to raise a motion to move it to moderated caucus for 10 minutes for the process of documentation. Thank you.
For the process of documentation?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm not 100% certain what you're referring to by that. Could you elaborate for the agenda item?
Yes, sir. So devising solutions for climate change and the general draft resolution documentation.
Oh, for the purpose of draft resolutions, discussions.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. That is in order. So we will vote on the order they're introduced. So let us vote on the motion from the delegate from China. Discussion on feed-in tariffs as a way to incentivize trade of renewable energy. So all those in favor for a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time. I see 3 in favor. All those opposed? Or 4 in favor? All those opposed? I believe I see 5 opposed, considering I think UK voted in favor. So this motion does not pass. We will now move to Germany's motion for a 10-minute moderated caucus, 1 minute speaking time to discuss draft resolutions broadly. All those in favor?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. That was an unmoderated caucus.
Oh, unmoderated caucus. Sorry about that. So 10-minute unmoderated caucus. So I see 5, 6, 7 in favor, 8 in favor. All those opposed? Okay, so this motion passes. We will now enter into a 10-minute moderated caucus. I will put a timer on. You can feel free to discuss Is there any interest? I will ask the delegate of Germany to go into breakout rooms.
So that would be fine.
Yes, okay, so I will open up breakout rooms now. I will create 2 breakout rooms. And I will let participants choose the rooms. So you can either stay here, but at the end of the 10 minutes, I will close the breakout rooms and we will reconvene here. Thank you.
So actually, the delegate had a doubt. Till what time the documentation has to be submitted to the respective email address?
I would look favorably upon the documentation being submitted before all are presented, and ideally that would be before the beginning of the 3rd committee session. Thank you. Okay, so we are now in a 10-minute unmoderated caucus. You can now join breakout rooms. Welcome back, delegates. As we have no motions on the floor, I will now entertain any motion. Please raise your hand if you have one. Yes, delegate from Central Asia.
The delegate of Central Asia would like to suspend the debate and move into another unmoderated caucus for a total time of 5 minutes, please, to discuss the draft resolution.
I would look more favorably upon a unmoderated caucus of a longer period, if
Sure. Can the delegate rephrase?
Yes, absolutely.
The delegate would like to raise a motion to enter into unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes to discuss the draft resolution among member states.
Absolutely.
And get consensus on a common document. Please. Thank you.
Okay. So we have one motion on the floor, a 15-minute unmoderated caucus. Are there any other motions at this time? Seeing none, we will now proceed to vote on the motion by the delegate of Central Asia. So all those in favor? I count 5 in favor, 6 in favor. All those opposed? Seeing none, we will now enter into a 15-minute unmoderated caucus. Would the delegate of Central Asia prefer breakout rooms or a joint discussion in the main room?
Yes, please. Delegate would prefer breakout rooms.
Breakout rooms it is. Okay, I will now open up breakout rooms and put a timer for 15 minutes, and I will see you all then.
Yeah, that's all right. We can have you as a signatory.
Welcome back, delegates.
Sure.
So I hope you had some fruitful discussions. At this point, I'll entertain any motions. Does anyone want to put a motion forward on the floor? Yes, delegate from Latin America.
Motion to do another unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes for all into breakout rooms as well. Thank you.
That is in order. Are there any other motions? Seeing none. Okay, so we will vote, or yes, Central Asia.
Yeah, the delegate of Central Asia would just like to propose the same motion just for a longer period of time, for 20 minutes, but so we can finalize it. And the delegate would also like to request other member states to join the breakout room so we can key in their inputs.
Absolutely, that is in order. Delegate of Latin America, it is your choice. Would you like to amend the time for the unmoderated caucus?
Latin America would like to amend the time to 20 minutes for the unmoderated caucus.
20 minutes is in order. Okay. So we have one motion on the floor then. Proposed by Latin America, amended by Central Asia for a 20-minute unmoderated caucus with breakout rooms to discuss draft resolutions and continue the process. All those in favor? I count 5. All those opposed? Okay, so this motion passes. So yes, a couple of points before we go to the breakout rooms. One of them, we will reduce the number of required signatories from 5 to 3, just because the group has shrunk in size a tiny bit. And one more motion would be that you make sure that you use the template that is up on the website. So I will put a link in the chat. That is the template you should be using to draft your resolutions. Yes, Central Asia.
The delegate of Central Asia just had a point of inquiry.
Mhm.
If let's say Central Asian bloc is representing its member states, it's just on basis of your previous point, so we can reduce the signatories. Is it possible for the Central Asia bloc to expand its member states as signatories? For example, can I include Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan as my signatories, or does it just have to be Central Asian bloc as the whole?
Yeah, one signatory would not count as a country, but as a delegation. So you would need to include other delegations as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Latin America. Point of inquiry, I suppose.
Latin America does have a point of inquiry. May Latin America proceed?
Absolutely.
Of course. Latin America would like to ask whether sponsors are also allowed to be signatories, or shall signatories be regions who do give signatures who do give signatories not be allowed to be sponsors as well?
That is a good question, seeing as I'm not sure if the Oceania delegate and Near Media delegate are here. If they are, please raise your hand. But in that case, we can just remove the requirement for signatories and we can go for sponsors. You may add signatories as a pure demonstration of support for a resolution, but it is not necessary.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you very much, delegates. I'm opening up the breakout rooms and I'll set a timer.
Sorry for the disturbance, but what is the allocated time for the unmod caucus?
Welcome back, delegates. So at this point in time, I will entertain any motions. Yes, Latin America.
Latin America would like to put forth a motion of one more 10-minute unmoderated caucus for the purposes of finalizing draft resolutions.
Okay. Would you be amenable to 5 minutes for the unmoderated caucus, just considering the committee session will close in 5 minutes?
Yes, Latin America is open to amending that caucus.
Okay. Are there any other motions? Seeing none, I will now go to a vote. All those in favor? I see 5 in favor. All those opposed, or 6 in favor. All those opposed? This motion passes. So instead of breakout rooms, just because we will be moving to a trivia event in 10 minutes, I will not be opening up breakout rooms, but you may discuss in this room.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
Yeah, so
sorry,
let's just merge the classes, China, and then I think we can finalize it.
okay,
I think we
let
should
me just
focus on the signatories. The number of the cap is removed on signatories, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's required that this resolution puts forth one more signatory in order to allow it to pass.
So delegate Oceania.
Oceania?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Oceania, would you like to
delegate.
be added?
Yeah.
I am just finishing the merging of point number 1 financing with point number 5 funding. So this way we can have a condensed resolution. Let me know if it works for you. I'm just finishing up.
Yeah. Also, like the signatories should come in alphabetical order, so it will be East India, Oceania, and United Kingdom. And same for the sponsors as well. So it'll be A, B, C, D, E.
May Latin America ask who wrote resolution number 4 and elaborate on that resolution as well?
Sure. I wrote the basis of it, but then condensed it, and it would be on the creation of a committee dedicated to trade of renewable energies as committee or organization or already existing for renewable energy, but not specifically for trade of renewable energies. And I think that would be an excellent point to concile both the economic interests as well as the renewable energies development. So as I said, to promote collaboration on common ground in respect of each state national interest being economic interest mostly. And the other side was the clauses that was added by someone else. And the committee would act as an oversight in respect of China's restriction on being monitored or oversighted by other nation states.
Of course, however, Latin America is finding that the wording of the resolution is not quite direct, and the wording is not very comprehensive. Shall Latin America read it out loud?
You can read it out loud. Latin America delegation shall read it out loud or even modify it. I am open to both initiatives.
Alarmed by the fact that according to experts, human population consumes the resources equivalent to 1.75 Earth, thus arising distressing situations.
Latin America, I think we had consensus to remove that point altogether, right? The delegate of Central Asian China had consensus to remove that
I'm
point.
sorry, I thought you
Of course.
I'm sorry, I thought you were mentioning the number 4 of substantive clauses, but preambulatory clauses, I
Yes,
think Germany
That's-
put it forward.
yeah.
That's all right. The delegate of Latin America has removed that preambulatory clause.
Thank you, delegate.
Okay.
Also, delegate in the preambulatory clause 4, subpoint 2, we cannot have a period. It should end with a comma or a colon.
Of course.
Semicolon.
So just looking through the entirety of the grammar in the resolution. The delegate of Latin America is noticing an excess of commas in replace of periods.
Correct, delegate. I'll proofread the resolution as well.
I had just removed the statistics for coal just because that's giving a little bit of bias to the resolution. So if you want to go over the point again, you can.
Sorry for interruption, but the delegate believes that the periods in a resolution should only be used at the end of substantive clauses, if that's the case.
Yes, delegate. So what we're saying is that the preambulatory clauses should not end with a period, not the resolution.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, delegate, but time is up for the unmoderated caucus. I will now entertain motions to adjourn until the third committee session, at which point we will be able to present. I will take an extension for draft resolutions presented 5 minutes after the start of the third committee session as well, if that is necessary. Keep in mind also that during the third committee session, when we present and vote on these resolutions, you will have the opportunity to make amendments and also to vote clause by clause if that is necessary. So yes, Central Asia.
Oh, the delegate would just like to raise the motion to suspend the debate and adjourn the committee session.
That's good. That is in order. Are there any other motions on the floor? Latin America, was that the same motion or a separate motion?
Apologies. Latin America has a point of inquiry. Can
Absolutely.
Latin America proceed?
Yep.
In terms of submitting resolutions towards the email listed in the chat, shall all parties who are working on the same resolution submit independently, or shall one person from each party submit one time?
It is okay if, or actually I would look favorably if one person would submit each resolution or working paper. They're not resolutions until they are accepted and on the floor. So yeah, the working papers can be submitted. Please CC, however, the other delegates that are sponsors or signatories. That would just avoid any confusion or uncertainty whether they were sent or not.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we will vote on the motion to adjourn by Central Asia. All those in favor? Delegates, this is a procedural matter. You must vote. You cannot abstain. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, this motion passes. So thank you very much, delegates. I will see you at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time or 7:30 p.m. Coordinated Universal Time. And we will proceed with the third committee session where we will be presenting and voting on resolutions. Thank you. I'll pass the microphone or the spotlight over to Matthew Lingard, who will be our host for our trivia night. So, Matthew, off to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Alex, and good afternoon or evening or morning, wherever you might be. And I just, first of all, before we get started, just want to thank Alex and Erica for inviting me and allowing me to lead this this time of trivia. Once again, if any of you were here last at the previous conference last year, we did this with a lot of enjoyment, and this is an opportunity for you to relax, to unwind, and to apply the knowledge that you have. And the focus of the theme this year is on the environment, of course. So we have 12 questions that we're going to go through. We're going to try our best to give as much time to each question as possible, but we do have a time limit here. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, host disabled participant screen sharing. So
I got you.
all right, thank you.
There you are. No problem, Matthew.
Excellent. Okay. We have 12 questions to go through here. And a couple of them are multiple choice. A few of them require you to be able to see the screen and see the image because it's focused on what the image is specifically. So I'll go through all of that as we hit each of the questions. And then once we go through all of the questions, I'll give you some time to think of the answers, and then we'll take the answers up all together at the end. So, please feel free to ask for any clarification if you need it as we go along. Okay, so we're gonna get straight in here with one of my favorite photos. There we go, rainbow. And here, I'm just gonna collapse because I can't actually see the wording on this. Oops, my apologies. Give me a second.
Spoilers.
I know.
You can either hide the thumbnail video if the heads are.
There we go. Okay, hid the thumbnail video.
Well, we can't see the.
You can't see
presentation because you're not screen sharing.
Okay, my apologies.
Let's
All
see,
right.
yeah, maybe I can come into.
Try that again. Everybody
You
see
can
that
drag
okay?
it around.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go like this, I think.
If you put it full screen, you can drag the you are viewing Matthew Lynn or the little green part. I think you can drag it around.
Okay, let's try that then.
Or if you
yes, I can. Okay, fantastic. All right, here we go. All right, so this photo right here is called the most influential environmental photo ever. Was taken by astronaut William Anders on December 24th, 1968 during the Apollo 8 mission. What is the name of this famous photo? And there is a World Federalist connection here too. As you can see, it's of the world without borders.
We have uploaded a malware into all your computers, so we'll know if you're Googling the answers too. So.
Yeah, that's right. It's on the honor system here, but
yeah.
Hopefully it's just for fun. Yes, sir. I can't.
Please don't put
see the answer.
your
I see somebody's hand up.
answers in the chat because then everyone will have the answers, I think. So what we're doing is we're writing down our answers, and then we're we're gonna take them up.
We're gonna be taking it up at the end. Yeah. Okay. Next one. So oh come on. Okay.
Transition's so good though.
Thank you. For some reason, because I'm on a Mac and it doesn't want to show my my mouse pointer, I can't actually here. There we go. Can I do it like this? Okay. What is the name of this famous photograph of Earth suspended in a sunbeam taken from 6 billion kilometers away? Sorry, Keith, you have a question?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was going to answer the previous question.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, no problem.
Now I get the rules. Okay.
All right. And I'm not sure if anybody can actually see the Earth. It's just a small little point in this image. Taken, I believe, by Voyager 2. And it was commissioned, so there's no bonus questions in this, but it was commissioned by a very famous scientist and science communicator.
You can throw out those bonus questions as you think of them. That's a good one.
All right. All right. Next one. Okay, known colloquially as the 7th plastic continent, what is the name of this 1.6 million square kilometer island of trash? It looks like my daughter's bathtub when she decides to take all of the toys and just throws them in there.
Gotta bring everything.
Everything. So, and there's a specific title to it, but if you get like the gist of the name of it, I'll allow that as well. I'll accept that as well. All right. Everybody good to keep going? Yes? All right, awesome. A biome is a distinct geographical region with a specific climate, vegetation, and animal life. It consists of a biological community that is formed in response to its physical environment. Of all the land biomes in the world, which is the largest? And I've given this as a multiple choice. Is it desert, rainforest, tundra, or boreal forest? And I believe, so just to focus it, it's the land biome, because aquatic biomes are the largest, but of these. And these are the top 4. So they're kind of neck and neck. All right, just gonna give a moment longer. Okay. Number 5. About 71% of the Earth consists of water. The oceans hold approximately 96.5% of it, with the remaining being stored in ice caps, lakes, rivers, and ponds. Now, what percentage of all that water is safe for us to consume as humans? I have to admit, before I don't know. You know what? I'm going to hold this comment because I feel like it might be a bit of a spoiler or a hint. All right, number 6. Which country has the highest percentage of its citizens saying that they trust the climate science consensus? So 86% asked, and the source is the World Economic Forum. So is it A, China, B, India, C, the USA, or D, Russia? I'm gonna have to say that, like, whichever of these countries it is, good on them. And there's quite a disparity if you look at all the countries in the world about whether or not citizens say they trust the consensus. Okay, moving on, number 7. Besides us, what species naturally produces the largest amount of greenhouse gases, which accounts for 14.5% of greenhouse gas emissions globally? Pretty significant chunk.
Could the delegate from Oceania stop putting every answer in the chat? It's okay if it's a guess, but we're taking up the answers at the end. So you're welcome to share what you put.
Okay,
We'll have
okay,
lots of
sorry.
time. Yeah,
All right.
it's okay.
Yeah, sorry about it.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Sorry. All right, moving right along to number 8. All right. How many times can a single piece of paper be recycled before its fibers become too weak to hold together? Is it A, 2, B, 6, C, 12, or D, 42? The answer to life. If we have any Star Wars fans here, we need to be more like the Jawas. They know what they're doing.
The next session is environmental sci-fi.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
We'll
it would be
see.
great.
We'll take a poll.
Okay. Number 9. The Amazon rainforest, if you spans multiple countries in South America. Please name at least 3 of the countries. If you can name all of them, that's good on you, but we are only asking for 3. Sorry, just give me a moment really quickly. Okay. All right, number 10. What is responsible for producing about 70% of the oxygen we find in our atmosphere? A significant number. Sorry, my kids and my niece and nephew just came back home. So
Happy Family Day to all those
yeah, happy
in Canada,
Family
I
Day.
suppose.
Mm-hmm.
There's a holiday, so.
Okay. Number 11. Which bird species embarking on one of the longest migratory journeys connects the Arctic tundra and the southern hemisphere? And just, it's not a hint, but it's not a swan. It's just the best image I could find for a question mark made out of a bird. There's a recent animated movie that just came out called Migration, which is a really fun movie. If anybody's seen it, it's really good. Okay, number 12, last but not least, which international agreement aims to regulate the trade of endangered species to protect biodiversity? And this is an acronym, so you're welcome to use the acronym. If you know the full name of it, you can write that down too. It's a mouthful, but I'll stop talking there. Say anything else about that.
There's that global affairs coming in.
Yeah. Knowledge unlocked. Here we go. Okay. I think that is good. Does anybody need me to repeat any of the questions or go back to any of the questions before we take them up? You guys good for this? All right. We will swing back all the way. Oops, too far. And right here. Again, this photo is called the most influential environmental photo ever. Does anybody know the name of this photo? And you can feel free to say it if you want.
It's Earthrise.
Earthrise. That's correct. Earthrise. Again, there, taken from the moon, beautiful planet Earth that we all inhabit and love so much. Again, strangely, no borders to be seen from here. Okay. Again, I can see it on my screen. I don't know if you can see it on yours.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
There is a pale blue dot right there, suspended in a sunbeam. Does anybody know the name of this photo?
Pale blue dot.
The pale blue dot. That's correct. The pale blue dot. Now, okay, so bonus points for
Paul Sagan.
Carl Sagan. Yep, Carl Sagan commissioned this, and I do believe it was Voyager 2, not Voyager 1, that took this photo. I'd have to double check. But it's the furthest image taken of the Earth as the Voyager probe is leaving the solar system. And as you can see there, suspended in a sunbeam, and there's a beautiful sort of speech, or one could even say a poem written by Carl Sagan to go along with this. Yeah, I encourage you all to check that out. All right, colloquially known as the seventh plastic continent, which is not my bathtub, but is in fact, anybody, Bueller? The Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Oh, sorry, somebody put their hands up. Central Asia block.
Oh, that's okay. I would just kind of say it was the Pacific dump or something.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah.
The Great Pacific Garbage Patch, or, you know, if you just say the Pacific Garbage Patch, doesn't really need the great. I don't find it that
not
great.
so great, yeah.
Not so great. Pretty terrible. You should call it the terrible Pacific Garbage Patch. But yeah, significant amount. It's hard to take a photo of the entire 1.6 million square kilometers of it, but it does in fact exist, and it is something we really need to address.
I think in the event yesterday, someone mentioned how much it had gotten thicker as well. I can't remember exactly how much, but
yeah, I can imagine that it's increasing rather than decreasing, unfortunately. Okay, the next one. So again, I'm not going to reread all of this, but all these biomes. Oh, yeah, Latin America, Nada?
Would it by chance be the rainforest?
It's not the rainforest. Good guess. I personally thought the rainforest as well. Keith?
Yeah, boreal forest.
It is, in fact, the boreal forest, also known as the taiga. Taiga. Is and they're really all pretty neck and neck. There's not that much greater, but it is in fact considered the largest of the land biomes. Sorry, Keith, you have something else to add, or?
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. All right. Number 5 here. So our Earth is a water world by these stats. 71% of the Earth consists of water, with the oceans holding 96.5% of that. As you can imagine, once again, ice caps significantly are reduced now, so less and less being stored there, but still in lakes and rivers and ponds. So of all of this water that we have here on Earth, does anybody want to venture a guess as to how much of it is safe for our consumption? Evan?
It's I think it's just only the glaciers, which is like I know for a fact it's like less than 1%, but I think it's like 0 point something 02 or something.
From all of I've looked up, it is 1% of it. Which again, like, might be, you know, it's not an exact 1% if you take the whole percentage of fresh water, but if you say 1% or around 1%, I'll accept that. I should say it's a little bit of a flex answer on this one. but as you can imagine, even us living in a water world, there's so little of it to go around. Oh, our Oceania delegate?
Yes, I guess 1.5%.
Yeah, hovering around, if you say around 1%, I would accept that within the
Okay.
margin of maybe a 0.5%. Yeah. Which again, if we could just desalinate all the water, but then that comes with its own issues, environmental issues, right? So, okay, moving forward here. Number 6. So which of these 4 countries has the highest percentage of its citizens saying that they trust the climate science consensus? Nada?
This is taking a guess, but would it be India?
It is. It is India. And just in the order of the countries that we have here, India, then the US, then China, and then Russia at the bottom. There's a really cool map. If anybody here is on Reddit, and there's a couple of subreddit map subreddits, but that's where I first saw this, and I'm like, wow, this is really interesting. Again, it's the World Economic Forum, comes as the source, so there might be variations depending on what source you get, but this is what I found. All right, number 7. So which species produces the largest amount of greenhouse gases outside of us? Because I feel like that would have been the question if I just said which species is number 1. But number 2 here, Keith, would you like to offer an answer?
Methanogen bacteria.
So, I mean, I guess that's the answer. What sort of specific animal do these bacteria inhabit primarily?
Well, you're talking
It's the
about
gut
cattle.
flora, cattle.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
cattle.
okay.
Sorry. Yes, thanks. P. Philip?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Oceania delegate?
I was going to say the same thing, cows.
I guess ox is the previous ox.
Yeah, you can say ox, cattle, cows, that sort of whole bovine grouping together. I kind of gave a hint here with the CH4 being methane here as well. I didn't want to say anything at the time, but yeah, I tried to give a little bit of a nudge in that. Okay. All right. So, a wonderful thing when you can recycle it, it can be reused up to how many times? Anybody know? 2, 6, 12, or 42? So this one, I have to admit, I definitely did not know this. This was a really an aha moment for me. It is 6 times. You can recycle a piece of paper, just basic 11 and a half, sorry, anyways, yeah. Any sort of like paper that's like very, your stock office paper can be recycled 6 times. 8.5 by 11. That's what I want to say. Wish it were 42. That'd be great if it were 42, but it's in fact 6. Okay. Here we go back to countries and a beautiful image, satellite image of South America. Anybody want to offer up 3 of the countries that the Amazon rainforest spans across? Nada.
So 3 of them would be Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru.
Correct. Yep. And also the majority of it is in Brazil.
Yeah.
We also have Venezuela as well. Very good. Thank you. Has anybody here been to the Amazon rainforest? It is on my list. I have not, but I really want to go. So all and again, like that is where a lot of the Earth's oxygen comes from. So that follows up with our next question. What is responsible for producing about 70% of the oxygen in our atmosphere? Yes, Keith.
Plankton.
That's correct. I was trying to be a little tricky here, putting the image of the trees, but it's not in fact the trees. It is the phytoplankton or marine plants. So it mostly comes from our oceans. 70% of the oxygen in our atmosphere. It's a huge number. No, that is correct, and I apologize for trying to lead you astray with the image. Okay, so not a goose, but what bird species embarks on one of the longest migratory journeys connecting the Arctic tundra to the southern hemisphere? In Canada, anybody who leaves to go south for the winter is called a snowbird. So it's a very different type of snowbird.
Is it by
Yes.
chance the Siberian crane?
It's not the crane, no. Good guess though. Keith?
Arctic tern.
That is correct. It is in fact the Arctic tern, which maintains its name even when it's in the southern hemisphere. I mean, rename it the southern hemisphere tern, but I always wondered, like, you know, when humans maybe, you know, even 1,000 years ago saw migratory birds go somewhere, and those same birds would see different communities of humans where they never would have met, right? So you have these birds and the Inuit that are living up in the northern hemisphere in the Arctic tundra, and then going down south into the Mesoamerican peoples living there, they would see the same bird, yet they would never have any contact between each other, right? That's pretty cool. And they most likely did have different names for them as well. I'm going down a bit of a rabbit hole with this, but anyways, let us move along to the last question here. Which international agreement aims to regulate the trade of endangered species to protect biodiversity? Again, it's a long one, it's a mouthful, but if you know the acronym, that works too. Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, it is CITES, CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. And there we have it. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
How'd everybody do?
Yeah, you don't have to put your answer or your final tally or final score down at the bottom or anything like that. You can if you want, but I hope you all enjoyed that. It was a bit of, you know, when you talk about the theme of the environment, there's so much you can cover, and in the half an hour, I wanted to give it as much of a cast as much of a wide net as possible on this. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. I'm going to pass it back to Alex and sign off, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference.
Take care, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Matthew.
Welcome.
Okay, with that, we are going to go back to the third committee session, the third and final one. So, are there any delegates that have not yet submitted their resolutions? I got one from the delegate of China, one from SADC, and that is it so far. Yes, Latin America.
As stated before, Latin America would like to reiterate that they do have a draft resolution. They are a sponsor with the delegate of China. Would it be all right if Latin America does not send a draft resolution, but instead the chair would see the resolution put forth by the delegate of China?
Absolutely, yep. That is fine. Any other final delegations? Who wish to submit resolutions, or should we proceed to the third committee session motions? Seeing none, I will now entertain, yes, Central Asia.
I just wanted to let you know that delegate of Central Asia and China had a combined resolution, so there was no separate resolutions.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So I'll open up the floor to motions. Are there any motions on the floor? Delegate of Latin America.
The delegate of Latin America would like to put forth a motion to review the draft resolution sent by the delegate of China.
Okay, absolutely. So to present the draft resolution. Okay, so for this, I'll ask you to select 2 to 3 sponsors to present the resolution. And I will screen share and allow you to present the clauses.
Of course. Latin America would like to call upon the delegates of Central Asia, the delegation of China, as well as Germany to call upon to discuss the presentation of the resolution.
Okay. Are there any other motions on the floor at this time? SADC did you want to also present a motion to present your draft resolution? I'll take that as a no. So, okay, we'll proceed. I will share my screen, and please let me know if I'm going through the resolution or if I'm on the right spot for the resolution as you present it.
Of course. So, the delegates of Central Asia, the delegates of China, as well as the delegate of Germany, as well as the delegate of Latin America, have put forth a draft resolution that works to combine all of our collective agreements towards creating a collective effort to work towards combating the climate crisis. To begin with, all delegates have worked together to put forth preambulatory clauses as well as substantive clauses. To begin with preambulatory clauses, the delegates have decided upon recognizing the urgency of the situation in regard of climate change around the world, acknowledging a multiplicity of existing frameworks and agreements which facilitates cooperation and dialogue between states and non-state actors, considering the persisting tensions between economic considerations and environmental urgency, noting with concern the rapid burning of fossil fuels, as well as being alarmed by the situation that global warming and climate change possesses. Moving on to substantive clauses, the delegates have put forth the substantive clauses of encouraging the use of feed-in tariffs between states, as well as incentives to encourage implementation of renewable resources, calling upon all member states to cooperate on the materialization of these trade feed-in tariffs to ensure the uniformity across the globe and the functioning between supply countries. Fourthly, seeking the creation of a committee dedicated to the trade of renewable energies. If you could just scroll down very quickly. Thank you. Fifthly, taking into consideration the advice of qualified professionals. 6, encouraging all member states to strengthen their nationally determined contributions or NDCs under the Paris Agreement. And 7, urging all member states to run effective reforestation campaigns to control the greenhouse gas emission impacts. The delegates who are sponsors of this draft resolution, I yield my time to any one of you to add in your thoughts on the resolution.
Yeah, Central Asia.
Thank you, Delegate of Latin America, for reading out the resolution on behalf of all the signatories and the sponsors. That's really appreciated. The Delegate of Central Asia would just like to point out a few key intricacies as to how the draft resolution has been taken into effect. We have taken a holistic overview considering that there are member blocks and the member states of those blocs have different interests, and also in terms of their trade partnerships and foreign policies. So we have not put any specific measures so as to not create any potential conflict of interest with the member states as well as the other signatories. And overall, this resolution serves more as guiding pointers instead of absolute commitments. And the delegates have also had a mutual consensus that a larger emphasis should be put on monitoring the status quo and seeing how we can already work upon the existing frameworks in place instead of starting from a new page altogether. And I would like to yield the floor to a delegate of China and Germany to input their views as well. Thank you.
Thank you. As the creator of the draft resolution, I would like to put forward that along with my fellow delegates, the main idea was to reconcile both economic interests of developing nations with the urgency of the climate change threats. And as such, the draft resolution includes various mentions of status quo, but also realistic goals that so as to not prevent developing nation of participating as much as developed nation. Thank you. I yield my remaining time to Germany.
Thank you, Delegate of China. The delegate would like to elaborate on the clause of circular economy as this document mainly focuses on potential threats and ways to mitigate those threats. This document primarily talks about a holistic and a cumulative effort, irrespective of the disparities in the foreign policy. This document calls all the nations to come together and devise a positive solution. Thank you.
Wonderful. Is there anything to add from the group that is submitting this resolution or this working paper? Seeing none, thank you for having presented the resolution or the working paper. It is now a draft resolution. It is on the floor. So we have one resolution on the floor. I will now open up to motions. There are many options for us to consider. So there is the opportunity, of course, for an unmoderated caucus, a moderated caucus to discuss any topic of your choice, whether it's the resolution or any other working papers that are flowing around. There is the opportunity to put forward a motion to present a working paper to add to the floor. There is also the possibility of moving directly to a vote. And once we move to a vote, we can vote also clause by clause. So make sure to specify how you wish to vote on this. The final one is you can also put forward a motion to amend the draft resolution that is on the floor at the moment. So I will open up Latin America.
Latin America would like to call upon the SADC, the delegation of the SADC, to present their resolution.
Okay, I believe that is in order. Yes, Delegate of Central Asia, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, the delegate of Central Asia would like to the resolution to vote, but if SADC wish to present, then delegate is eager to lead that as well.
Yeah, those are both in order. So I will go in the order that the motions were presented. Yes, Western Europe, Germany, delegate.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The delegate of Germany would like to raise a motion to move into a moderated caucus for 5 minutes for per speaker time being 1 minute to discuss the documentation presented.
Okay, that is also in order. So I will not actually move in the order that they were presented. I will move in terms of preferred items for the flow of debate, which means that I will actually allow the SADC the opportunity to put forward a motion. If I do not hear them wanting to present their working paper, then I will move on to the motion for a moderated caucus for 5 minutes. Seeing nothing from the SADC, I will then move to the motion for moderated caucus, 5 minutes. All those in favor? All those opposed? This motion does not pass. Next on the list of motions, we have the motion to move to a vote on the resolution. Would the delegate of Central Asia like to specify whether they would like a roll call vote or a vote clause by clause?
Considering the limited number of participants, the delegate is open to a roll call.
A roll call on the entire resolution. Okay.
Yes, please.
Perfect. Those wishing to proceed to the vote, not to vote in favor of it, but to proceed to the vote. All those opposed? That is 5 in favor. All those opposed? Seeing none? Okay, so we will move to a vote on the draft resolution. So yes, I have just received a message from SADC. They do not wish to present their draft resolution. So we will remove that working paper from the floor and we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the resolution presented by Latin America, Central Asia, China, and Germany. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And we have 6 in favor. All those opposed? Any abstentions? No, this resolution has been adopted. So congratulations, delegates. We have our first actual resolution, which will go to the plenary session of the United Nations Parliamentary Assembly. So, great work, everyone. Is there any motion on the floor at this time? If there is no motion, we will have to go back to the speakers list. A motion to adjourn or conclude the committee is also something that is possible. But yeah, okay. So delegate of Latin America.
Latin America would like to put forth a motion to adjourn the committee.
Okay. Are there any other motions on the floor? For China? No. Okay. So
No, sorry.
I will look favorably upon this motion. All those in favor of adjourning the committee and concluding the United Nations Parliamentary Assembly simulation early. I see 5 in favor. All those opposed? Central Asia, of course, always being the difficult one. So we will proceed and conclude the United Nations Parliamentary Assembly. Congratulations, delegates. You achieved a consensus and passed a resolution with almost unanimous consensus. So I will conclude this session and we will see each other at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or I believe, what is that? Sorry, in UTC at 8:30 p.m. Universal Coordinated Time, where we will present the Outstanding Delegate Award and close off the conference. Thank you very much.
Sorry to interrupt, but what would be the time in Indian Standard Time?
I am not sure about that. I will put that in the chat. I'll look that up for you right now. I would also maybe be amenable to announcing the prize a bit early, so maybe in 15 minutes, just in the interest of people who it's very late for them. So I know that some of you, it might be past 2 a.m. for you. So thank you for still participating, and I will see you in 15 minutes in that case. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, delegates, our remaining observers. Thank you so much for your attendance, for your incredible contributions to today's Day 2 event. I'm just going to begin us off with the closing ceremonies and start by taking us through some of the events on our first day. So for those of you who weren't able to make it, we had a wonderful selection, about 6 events. We kicked it off with Andreas Bummel and Rita Kakashakhan, and she talked about the UNPA and a lot of the structure, much of what you went into today. We followed it up with presentations with our folks down at WFM IGP, that's our parent organization, the Citizens for Global Solution in the United States, and Nushan Bensatekera, who spoke about this, both international courts and the significance of international tribunals. We announced a new initiative called the Mobilizing Earth Governance Initiative, with a collection of wonderful advocates across organizations that we partner with. We also had a presentation by a Costa Rican lawyer, Roberto Zamora, who spoke about various ICJ cases related to the environment, as well as some domestic Supreme Court cases influenced by international law. We had a panel with World's Youth for Climate Justice. I highly recommend you take a look at what they're getting into. They're looking for ways to enhance youth participation, not just in international spaces, but also at the domestic level, looking at case studies, and they're doing some very important work. We ultimately closed off day 1 with a celebration of our old executive director, Fergus Watts, and his contributions to world federalism, having been the president for over 30 years. So to all who attended, thank you so much. And of course, for those of you who have been here today, the Model UNPA, which I should really be spotlighting you folks for this because you did wonderful work. I think that the resolutions were thoughtful and we had a lot of respect and decorum. I'm going to pass it off to Alex to close us off and announce our winner.
Thank you again. So I'd like to as well thank all our guest speakers for their wonderful presentations, as well as our panelists. I think we all learned a lot from their presentations, and as I said during the opening ceremonies, I believe this is one of the most important things that we can do to discuss these topics and to find collective solutions together for the environmental crisis that our world is heading for. So I would also like to thank all the participants who attended all the events and made wonderful contributions, asked wonderful questions to our speakers. Your participation is just as important, if not more important, than people who just like to take the microphone like myself and blabber on forever. So finally, of course, a big thank you to Erica Wilson, who just spoke earlier. She did a wonderful job moderating all our presentations. And with that being said, also thank you to the delegates in the United Nations Parliamentary Assembly simulation. You all did a wonderful job, and I really learned a lot from you on different delegations' positions within the environment. You always think that you know everything about something until you hear someone else open their mouth, and there you go. So finally, I will go to the moment you're all waiting for. It's to announce the winner of the Outstanding Delegate Award. The Outstanding Delegate will be going to the Ventatene Seminar in Italy. We will be corresponding with them, and we will be paying for their full trip, so for their flight to Italy, as well as their food and lodging will also be paid by the Spinelli Institute, so a big thank you to the Spinelli Institute. Just note, everyone, that you all did a fantastic job, and it is always a very difficult decision that we make together to determine who gets the outstanding award. But I would like to announce that and congratulate Nada Abdallah for winning the Outstanding Delegate Award and a trip to Italy. We will be in contact with you and we will be able to help you, of course, with any letters or any correspondence that you need to make with the Italian consulate to be able to arrange the trip.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So we have your email. I'll send you an email shortly after the conference concludes. And yeah, that pretty much closes the conference. So thank you very much, everyone. I'm sorry for those who put in a lot of effort, of course. It's always a very big decision, and you all did fantastic, and we really hope to see you next year at next year's conference. Thank you.